The senior national team, the Black Stars. Well, we have a new coach. Carlos Queiroz. Queiroz maybe. But is he the man? Now, he led Portugal to the 2010 World Cup and also led Iran to the 2014-2018 World Cup. Of the 16 matches he's played in tournaments, he's won 4. Drawn 4 and lost 8. Is this the man to transform Ghana's national team? Let's have a conversation. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055 1111997. I definitely would love to hear from you. But also coming up this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, our focus is on this.
The original plan was a 30-bed capacity hospital that was supposed to be fully functional. What I mean by fully functional is that it has everything that it requires. A laboratory unit, X-ray unit, it has beds, admitting facilities, anything. And it was supposed to be ready anytime there's an infectious disease outbreak that we needed to do mass admissions and critical care. Unfortunately, the project started really well, but over the years, the contractors have left the site.
Now, in some health facilities in this country, they've been compelled to treat patients with various infectious diseases in makeshift wards. And because of this challenge, you could have patients with mpox and tuberculosis all in one ward. This morning, we tell you more in our documentary Healing in Borrowed Spaces, right here on the Super Morning Show. My name is Winston Amoah. Coming up is the news at 6 with Mami Esi Nyameche Thompson.
Good morning, welcome to Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM in Accra and Kumasi, on Love 99.5 and in all 16 regions of Ghana via partner stations, also live on myjoyonline.com, X Spaces, YouTube and on Facebook. Coming up, rice and sugar prices to go up from today as a standoff at Tema Port halts clearing, with freight forwarders and clearing agents clashing with authorities over the new AI system they say is driving up duty costs.
Notice has been sent out to the market to see the prices will be going up, to increase price of rice, increase price of sugar and other goods. As a result of the very high cost of duties that the AI has brought out.
We have details of that in business.
World Bank warns ongoing war in Middle East could trigger food security issues, job losses and high fuel prices in Ghana and other African countries.
Also, health authorities in eastern and northeast regions compelled to treat patients with various infectious diseases in makeshift wards as the country continues to battle emerging cases.
There are times where you have to put another infectious disease patient in the same room, putting that other patient at risk of acquiring the tuberculosis.
Well, we have more in our latest documentary, Healing in Borrowed Spaces. And later, the Atlantic slave trade is not the gravest crime against humanity. Israeli Ambassador to Ghana, Roy Gilad, explains why his country did not vote for it.
There were, unfortunately, quite a number of crimes that were made against humanity, which is the gravest and which is less grave.
These and more with me, Mami Esinyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. Now, prices of imported rice and sugar are expected to rise as the Food and Beverages Association of Ghana begins a sit-down strike at the Tema Port. The action follows a dispute with the Ghana Revenue Authority over a new AI system used to verify prices, which the group says is disrupting clearing processes and increasing duty costs. Talks have failed, with government refusing to suspend the system and the association continuing its strike.
As I speak now, some of the members of the Food and Beverage Association have sent out instructions to their wholesalers and their retailers to increase prices of goods, to increase price of rice, increase price of sugar and other goods. And the notice has been sent out to the market, and hopefully from tomorrow onwards you will see the prices will be going up as a result of the very high cost of duties that the AI has brought out. And we also made it known to them.
And you heard that John Awuni. However, not everyone is on the same page. The Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana is backing the policy. Executive Secretary Samson Awingobit argues it is restoring fairness.
I see no reason why we kicked against and said it must be suspended, it must be suspended. I, for where I sit, and anybody who sees those how vociferous I have been, if the government does something wrong today, I will be the first person to speak to it. I think that calling for the suspension of the product is premature. If there's issues, let's go to the table. And I'm happy that he said that after the meeting, they have done a petition and they've sent to the minister, and the minister is ready to meet.
Away from that, health authorities in the eastern and northeast regions have been compelled to treat patients with various infectious diseases in makeshift wards. When multiple infections are handled in the same room, the risk of cross-infection to patients and health workers increases significantly. Kwetenate tracks how the gap in infrastructure for treating infectious diseases is impacting healthcare in our latest documentary, Healing in Borrowed Spaces. Here are excerpts.
In many community and district hospitals, when an infectious disease breaks out, there is nowhere designated to manage the case.
The current practice is that when somebody comes with such a disease, let's say for instance tuberculosis, we have a very small room that we put the patient in, and there are times where you have to put another infectious disease patient in the same room, putting that other patient at risk of acquiring the tuberculosis.
But in the districts where these infectious disease centers are needed, contractors have abandoned work. Imagine treating tuberculosis, COVID-19, and Mpox patients in the same ward. That's the reality at the Nalarugus Baptist Medical Center in the Northeast region. According to the medical director, Dr. Isabella Amese, the facility had to rely on makeshift single yard.
We had to create makeshift rooms to house these people. Given that Baptist Medical Center is a big hospital, the risk is more evident if you put even one person in a ward that takes care of 40 patients at a time. So it's very important to have the center built and as quickly as possible, because we don't know when the next pandemic or epidemic will happen.
Well, the full documentary airs this morning on the Super Morning Show on Joy FM and on AM Show on the Joy News channel. Away from that, Israel's ambassador to Ghana, Roy Gilad, has clarified why his country did not vote on the recent United Nations resolution on reparations, pointing to concerns over what he describes as an attempt to rank historical atrocities. According to him, Israel's opposition was not a rejection of the suffering caused by the transatlantic slave trade, but rather a principled objection to describing it as the gravest crime against humanity. He spoke with Kenneth GC on The Pulse.
Our problem with this resolution was exactly what you say, the gravest. There were unfortunately quite a number of crimes that were made against humanity. Of course, the Atlantic slave trade, the Jewish Holocaust, the Armenian genocide by the Ottomans, the Tutsi genocide by the Hutus in Rwanda. Who are we to judge which is the gravest and which is less grave? It is only this hierarchy that we could not agree to.
Former CID Director General retired COP Bright Odro is urging Ghanaian football clubs to avoid night travel without a police escort following the deadly attack on the Brekum Chelsea FC team bus that killed 20-year-old Dominic Frimpong. On Newsnight, he stressed that clubs must prioritize player safety by coordinating with the Ghana Police Service for protection on long-distance, high-risk journeys.
I believe that the Football Association or the teams themselves, if you are traveling from your base to another place to play football, if you are returning and it is dark, it is night or night falls, it is better to link up with the police there, for them also to link up with the police along the road wherever you pass, so that they provide some escort for you. Otherwise, decide to stay until there is daytime and travel, because most of these robberies occur during the night.
Now, the Asokore-Mampo Municipal Assembly is cracking down on traffic violations by tricycle operators to restore order. A new directive from MUSEC bans foreigners and minors from operating the vehicles. The municipal chief executive says about 90% of the over 30,000 operators are foreigners, which he argues violates the GIPC Act. Ohim Interior reports.
The Asokore-Mampo municipality is home to over 30,000 auto rickshaws. It has become the most common and cheapest form of transportation for residents in that urban community. But the Municipal Security Council is unhappy the sector has been taken over by foreigners who flout road traffic regulations with impunity. The assembly says such operations are illegal. Ben Abdullah Alhassan is the municipal chief executive.
Currently, if you come across 10 riders within the municipality, you are likely to have about 8 to 9 of them being foreigners. Apart from the fact that that is illegal per the dictates of the GIPC Act, they flout our road traffic regulations and ride anyhow. That is becoming detrimental to the safety of our people. Very often, you come across minors as young as 16 years, some 17 years maximum. They ride some of these Pragea or Adedita, and it's not right. And a lot of these road traffic accidents and infractions are also associated with the riders within this age bracket.
Mr. Alhassan insists the move is not to persecute anybody, but to sanitize the system and ensure the safety of all residents.
It is not an attempt to chase them out of business. It is an attempt to inject sanity.
The Asokore-Mampo Municipal Assembly will from April 15 ensure strict compliance of road traffic regulations by all rickshaw or other data operators. From Kumasi for Joy News, Ohim Interior reporting.
Now, the New Patriotic Party is fuming over the arrest of its Bono Regional Chairman Kwame Bafo, calling it unwarranted and a threat to Ghana's democracy. While the party says the reasons for his arrest remain unclear, reports indicate he was picked up by the Ghana Police (CID) over alleged false publication causing fear and panic and threats against an Adenta Circuit Court judge. Deputy General Secretary is Haruna Mohammed.
It is very sad that Ghana, our beloved country, the Ghana that we handed over to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, is turning to become a police state. Media freedom has been stifled. There's freedom of speech that is enshrined in the 1992 Constitution is being washed away. I don't think that this is a country that we handed over to the NDC. It's very sad. And I think that Ghanaians are watching, Ghanaians are listening, and they are seeing what is happening. We need to reverse this particular canker. Right. Correct. Food correct.
And that's all for this morning's bulletin here on Joy 99.7 FM. I am Amisi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is business on the Super Morning Show.
Oh, jump on now. Go. Google me. At what time when you come back where I don't hear the sound of your car? Why you buy new car?
No, I not change my car. It be the same ride. It be the fuel way I change. Way one shouts it. Ever since I started using the all-new Excellium Premium Fuel, fortified with 3-in-1 action. Oh, Joe, now my car they run like electric car. No, it's so.
This is the type of fuel where they want to. Because now engine they cost. Where they want for way if I buy it, go protect my engine. And with the small way I buy, I go drive, sir.
Absolutely. It's like strapping a turbocharger to your engine and giving it a protector. And what they bust my mind self be the 3-in-1 action. No, Excellium they prevent up to 99% of deposit. It be anti-wear, some be anti-corrosion. Won't pay when I open them.
Hey, so where can I find this magical fuel?
Just head over to any Total Energy service station and your car will thank you.
Hey, then make a finish my go be fast then rush go Total Energies. My friend, but why your hand my go be inside?
I give you info. Make a feel the go be too small.
Go.
Excellium is designed to protect your car engine, decrease fuel consumption, and lower CO2 emissions. Don't say fuel, say Excellium. Choose Excellium, choose quality.
When I say ABSA, you say yes. ABSA Bakiti, we go say yes this 2026 till your jobs be dropping down. Yes, you listening to me right now. I know you get dreams. A work is here, and they book it well. Like me, I want to buy that Porsche car I've been dreaming of. I move into my dream house. No landlord will say me. Join the ABSA family and let's help you say yes to your dreams with tailored banking solutions from loans, mortgages, credit cards to digital banking and more. Make 2026 the year of yes with ABSA. Your story matters.
You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. You need a trusty friend on whom you can depend when things come crashing down. Insurance, your trustworthy friend. Insurance, your trustworthy friend.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Brush, cut to it. Cut to it.
Brush your teeth every day and night. Up and down and all around. Brush your teeth right. Brush your teeth. Brush your small and hard. Underneath and in between. Brush the germs away.
Brushing gets more fun with your kids with the new Pepsodent Kids toothpaste. Give your smiles protection that lasts. Grab yours today from a store near you. This advert is FDA approved.
Cast your mind back to 2022. The prices were rising. The stress was high. Every liter of fuel felt like a sacrifice. Do you remember who stepped forward first? When others were comfortable with high prices, Star Oil chose you. We cut our own profits so you could keep your AC on, keep your engines running, and keep your life moving without the heavy burden. We gave you room to breathe when things felt tight. Because of you, our star savers, we became number one. Today, the pumps are a battleground. Others are finally cutting prices because they have to. But Star Oil, we do it because we want to. Don't just chase a price, remember a friendship. We were there for you then, and with new innovations coming your way, we are here for you now. Star Oil, still quality and affordable fuels for all.
When the bills are mega.
When the plans are mega.
When the pressure is mega.
When the need is mega.
Then you need a mega answer. That answer is Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loan. Societe Generale Ghana's Mega Loans promo is available to new and existing salaried workers, existing loan subscribers, including top-up customers and pensioners. Get support for personal needs, family priorities, school fees, home improvement, business support, and more. Enjoy big loans, low rates with a quick and straightforward process designed to help you move without delay. Visit any Societe Generale Ghana branch today or call Call 030-2214-314. Societe Generale Ghana. The future is you.
Right, so welcome back and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM and the 6 a.m. news brought to us by Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters, and Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner, which means we can now bring you the Joy Business Report brought to us by Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature, and Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. James.
Winston, good morning.
Good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm good. You have a new coach?
Well, not me. We have a new coach. Ghana has a new coach, Carlos Queiroz or Queiroz, whichever way you want to pronounce that. I think it's Queiroz. I mean, he took Portugal to the 2010 World Cup.
Yeah. South Africa to the 2002
World Cup. We understand that in 2010, Spain, fantastic team. So, Spain beat Portugal in the round of 16. Carlos Queiroz has managed Spain. No, has managed Portugal, has managed Iran.
Yeah.
South Africa, Egypt,
Japan, UAE,
Oman,
Colombia,
Real Madrid, and assistant manager at Manchester United.
Yeah, and Alex Ferguson. I mean, he's a coach that is known for not scoring too many goals, but you should be sure of a more defensive tactics going into the World Cup. From what he's done over the years, when you look back to the Iran national team, you could clearly see he understands what formidable football is all about. He made the Iran team a team that is difficult to beat in the last World Cup and all of that. So my issue had to do with the time. I know club football is quite different from national team football. Over the years, club football, there is some bit of telepathy and all of that. But national team football, it's more or less like Fafakobo.
Yeah,
and that's quite something else for a new coach. And we all know our Black Stars, the team, it has never been, getting a formidable team.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's see. And folks, let's do this together, okay? So get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, and on WhatsApp 05511119997. Tell us what you make of the appointment of Carlos Queiroz as Black Stars coach. In the 2018 World Cup, Iran drew 1-1 with Portugal. Then they lost 0-1 to Spain, and then beat Morocco by a goal to nil.
So it's hardly you see him score more than 2 goals. that is one thing. So you are sure of defensive tactics, but not more of offensive.
Another 1-goal project coach.
Probably we should expect the 2010 World Cup experience.
Another 1-goal project coach.
Well, it's possible. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes.
But this morning also, we'll have that conversation. But this morning also, I'm interested in something in our health sector. Healing in borrowed spaces. Listen to this.
Challenging having just a ward that is serving as a makeshift for infectious diseases. We have various forms of infectious diseases. You cannot mix TB cases with people who are coming in and are being diagnosed with mpox, or cases that may come in whether dengue fever and other infectious diseases. The transmission differs. Okay, so we need to have a space, and even the place is not conducive enough. If you see the airflow of this area, it's not so conducive, and where it is located. So it is challenging. Moving cases, some out and some in, it defeats the purpose of infection prevention.
In some health facilities in the northeast region and in the eastern region, patients, some treated in makeshift structures, others have to be kept in one room. And you just heard there. You have an instance where someone is suffering from dengue fever, another from mpox, another from tuberculosis, all in one ward.
Wow. That's quite sad.
So this morning, we're also going to be focusing on that healing in borrowed spaces. That's our latest documentary here on the Super Morning Show, which means we can tell you who gets the trumpet James, who gets the trumpet?
Well, let's give it to the Ghana Football Association. At least we have a coach.
Okay, I'm just hoping that after giving them this trumpet, we will not come back later and bash them, and we'll do a few moments later. Because
we've seen what has happened over the years, but let's give it to them. Man.
Okay, so to the Ghana Football Association, we say
trumpet. Hi, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Coming up in this morning's bulletin, World Bank warns ongoing war in Middle East could trigger food security issues, job losses, and high fuel prices in Ghana and other African countries. Also, Ghana's trade surplus picks up strongly in third quarter to reach $4.2 billion in the third quarter of last year. Still in this bulletin, Fitch Ratings warns African banks could be affected in prolonged Iran war as central banks tighten policy rates. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Joy Business Report. My name is James Ishen. Let's settle for the details now. And the World Bank is warning that development in the Middle East could trigger food security issues, job losses, and high fuel prices in Ghana and other African countries. This warning was contained in a joint statement issued by the World Bank Group, International Energy Agency, and the IMF in Washington, D.C., USA. The three institutions jointly warned that even if the development in the Strait of Hormuz should be normal today, it will take a long time before price of key commodities like fuel and fertilizer move to pre-conflict levels. Now, Fitch Ratings has warned that a prolonged Iran war leading to sustained high oil prices would likely have mixed impact across African banking sectors. The following report highlights key concerns raised by Fitch Ratings.
According to the UK-based firm, the effects on bank ratings would largely depend on any implications for sovereign ratings, given the strong connections between sovereigns and banks across much of the continent. Fitch said its March global economic outlook, which assumes relatively short Iran conflict and oil prices averaging $70 per barrel over 2026, did not have a major impact on macroeconomic projections for African countries where it covers banks. Consequently, it said Fitch do not expect the changes in its projections to have bank rating implications. It continued that an adverse conflict scenario involving the Strait of Hormuz remaining effectively closed until June and an average oil price of $100 per barrel in 2026 remains a rating-relevant credit risk despite the recent ceasefire. It warned that this scenario would renew inflationary pressures in many African countries, particularly net hydrocarbon importers such as South Africa, Kenya, Morocco, and Tunisia. Fitch added that it would also pressure most countries in the West African Economic and Monetary Union and could lead to fuel shortages in some areas. Again, Fitch forecasts that the worsening terms of trade and the potential for reduced foreign investor appetite could pressure some currencies.
And that was a news desk report. Now, Ghana's trade surplus has picked up strongly to reach record levels for the fourth quarter of 2025. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, provisional international trade statistics, it shows it went up to reach $4.2 billion.
The total trade value of 145 billion cedis is driven by exports of 80.8 billion cedis against imports of 64.1 billion cedis. This resulted in a trade surplus of 16.7 billion cedis, representing a decline of 43% from the 29.5 billion cedi surplus recorded in the second quarter of 2025. The country's export sector remains heavily dependent on gold, which contributed over 73% of total exports, highlighting concentration risks. Asia continues to dominate as Ghana's key trading partner, accounting for over half of export destinations and nearly half of import sources. Meanwhile, Ghana sustained its positive trade balance with African countries maintaining a surplus trend that has persisted since the third quarter of 2024 and peaked earlier in 2025.
And that was a business desk report. Still on Ghana's economy, the country's economic recovery story took center stage at the ongoing IMF World Bank spring meetings as Finance Minister Dr. Carlos Queiroz presented the country's turnaround experience at the 13th African Fiscal Forum's high-level roundtable. Addressing delegates on macro fiscal development and outlook in sub-Saharan Africa, Dr. Queiroz said Ghana's experience showed that African economies can not only navigate crises but also leverage them as opportunities for deep structural reforms.
Our country faced some very severe economic crisis since 2022. However, following the implementation of very bold policies and reforms, particularly since January 2025, we have been able to rebuild the macroeconomic fundamentals in record time. Today, I'm proud to say that growth is up, inflation is down, the currency has stabilized, we have recovered the macro.
Dr. Queiroz as the finance minister. Now, more than 20% of the country's finished petroleum product need for the first half of 2025 came from the United Arab Emirates. This revelation was captured in the latest petroleum product analysis seen by Joy Business. Details in this report.
The report showed that from January to June last year, imports from the United Arab Emirates accounted for 20.5% of the country's finished petroleum product needs. It was followed by Netherlands with 12.5%, and Belgium accounted for 11.6%. The report also showed that 90% of Ghana's petroleum product needs were imported, exposing the country to some external shocks and exchange rate pressures. According to the Bank of Ghana, oil and gas imports under merchandise import component of the external sector remains the largest of the country's import bill. Last year, for instance, the country spent $4.9 billion to finance these imports. But for a lot of people, the biggest concern here is that whether the country is really immune from the Middle East war in terms of the petroleum product supply. Well, this fresh data may raise more questions than answers.
And that was a business desk report on the country's finished petroleum product need for the first half of 2025 coming from the United Arab Emirates. You're still listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, Professor of Finance at Andrews University, Williams Reparations, urging government to reconsider its decision not to extend its program with the International Monetary Fund, citing emerging global uncertainties, including the Middle East conflict. Speaking to Joy Business, he noted that the decision was made before the escalation of tensions and warned that government may need to take difficult measures in the near future, including a possible extension of the IMF program to cushion the economy against the impact of the crisis.
We have a program running. I will not be surprised if IMF comes to Ghana and say, hey guys, what is happening in the world? May you look at extending your program and then also be able to get additional funding to support your economy. We should forget about the politics saying that countries going to IMF means that we are selling our independence. At the time they made that pronunciation or pronouncement, we did not have this war. So this war is changing so many things. Already there's pressure on government to reduce some taxes. The question is, where would government get the money to make up for the reductions that they are going to do on the taxes of petroleum products? Monies from IMF are the money that will come in to support Ghana.
Now, that was Professor of Finance at Andrews University, Williams Reparations speaking. Now, energy analyst and executive director of the Center for Environmental Management and Sustainable Energy, Benjamin Insia, has justified why government must scrap the burst margin from petroleum price buildup. This, according to him, is necessary to save consumers some relief since the levy has outlived its purpose. Government has announced intention to review some taxes and levies on fuel prices in the next window, but some think tanks are warning against the removal of the burst levy. Speaking to Joy Business, Benjamin Insia believes the levy is overburdening consumers unnecessarily.
A burst takes some service fee from private business, so they make money on their own. Two, burst underutilizes its capacities or its storage facilities across the country, even though it supports zonalization. But if you also observe that there are some depots across the country that do not get products filled in them. And for that matter, such underutilization also comes at a cost. For example, the whole of last year, products never went to the Bulgar depot. So if you have this infrastructure and you are underutilizing them and continues to burden the Ghanaian petroleum consumer to pay for certain margins to upgrade your infrastructure, what is its use? The last part is that currently BOST has not expanded infrastructure and even sometimes doesn't maintain the existing infrastructure that they have. What we observe is that BOST margin now becomes an operational income or an operational inflow for BOST to increase their wages and engage in frivolous expenditure because of the free money that consumers give them.
You're still listening to the Joy Business Report. Now, before we go, let's do some commodities as crude oil dropped to $97 a barrel this morning. Gold added more than $3 to open trading at $4,761 an ounce. Cocoa is selling at $5,654 a ton after going up marginally. To some currency news now, the dollar is this morning is going for 11 cedis 15 pesos. That's the rate some of the major commercial banks are offering to their clients. The euro is going for 13 cedis 6 pesos. The British pound is also trading at 15 cedis. The forex bureaus, on the other hand, are selling the dollar at 11 cedis 50 pesos. And that's all for the Joy Business Report with me, James Eshen. Winstonia.
Yeah, James. Crude oil 97.
Yeah.
That's to come to 70. That's to come to 70. Yeah, it's very crucial in Samuel Dame's voice. Very crucial. Because, Charlie...
we understand.
And Cocoa is selling at what, 5,000?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good.
5654.
Wow. Anyway, let's have our inspirational song for today. What's say Ayeyi? It's by MOG Music and Neo Kind. You know, I've told you that when it comes to the MOG, there's MOG and MOG. The producer is MOG.
Oh, okay.
The gospel artist
is MOG.
MOG.
Okay.
So let's enjoy this one.
Won't you ma come forward when you're young? Tim Horta was I was I say Wosa ye menyame wosena si menyame wherever you are, you want to lift your hands and begin to bless the name of the living God.
And that's our inspirational song for today. Wose Ayeyi by MOG and Ni Okai. And as we get ready to get into the newspaper review, let's first do a Drive Safe campaign brought to us by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality, Imperial General Assurance, Solid Protection. So you know what to do. Avoid all distractions. Keep both eyes on the road and hands on the steering wheel. Be visible, drive with your lights on at night, and that's how to ensure your safe arrival. Now, our fuel tip for today, 14th April, says never siphon fuel by the mouth. Apart from fire risk, fuel can enter the lungs and cause severe internal injury. Use the right transfer tools or seek professional help. Safe handling matters at every stage, and that's what COMAC is telling you. And Fred Smith has joined us this morning. Fred Kuku Smith, good morning.
Hi, good morning to you, Winston.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. It's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since we had you joining us here. But let's do the Drive Safe. Wait. Say it right now. We've just done the Drive Safe. Let's just say it right now. And Say It Right is brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you. And so, Fred, today I want us to learn the pronunciation of this. Opposite. You want to give it a try?
Go again.
Opposite.
That's opposite?
That's what?
Opposite.
Okay, opposite. So the S becomes opposite. Opposite. You see, yes, I know that. So opposite. Sometimes we see it and we want to go, but really it becomes z. So opposite. Okay.
That's a good reminder there for all of us.
And that's how you say it right. And talking about that, let me just remind you, Fred, that look, this year, we are no more waiting. No more managing small. Because we have decided to go mega. You know where we're going mega?
Tell me.
Okay. So you know the Yatisu loan promotion from SG Ghana.
SG.
Then they went to Yatisu Bium. Then Yasana Teso. Now, SG Ghana, Societe Generale, is here with the mega loans promo, with even lower and more competitive rates. With SG Ghana's mega loans promo, salaried workers of SG Ghana listed companies, pensioners, and eligible customers can access support for personal needs, family commitments, home projects, and more. So from now till July 2026, apply and enjoy big loans at small rates. Yes, very low rates and a fast, hassle-free process that helps you to get moving sooner. Visit any SG Ghana branch near you or call 0302 214-314 for more details about the SG Ghana Mega Loans promo today. Terms and conditions apply. Societe Generale Ghana, the future is you. But this morning, get to kingdomstoreonline.com for all your quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices. And Kingdom would arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable period, and they offer free delivery within Accra and Tema, and they accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions, however, apply. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks, which means we can bring you the newspaper review, and the newspaper review is brought to us by Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough, Kel Chaco Toothpaste, Happy Smile, and Star Oil, quality and affordable fuels for all, as well as Enterprise Insurance, your advantage. Let's get into the papers first.
Well, we start with the Daily Graphic. It says government rules out free primary health care. 150 districts targeted for phase 1. And yesterday, the health minister, Kwabena Minta Kando, made an announcement at the Jubilee House when he explained to us how this is going to take. It's on the front page there. The Queen Mother calls for Ujura suspension, but Krontihini says no. GFA turns to World Cup veteran Queiroz as Black Stars coach. And I'm sure we'll get time to go into some of these stories. MOFA Cento Group signed fertilizer production pact. Back page. Okay, so we have that story here again. GFA turns to World Cup veteran Queiroz as Black Stars coach. Center spread. So Winston, the center spread of the paper, okay, that's an advertisement, but there are other stories in it. ATU launches 5-year strategic plan to strengthen technical education. We're talking about Accra Technical University. Atimpoku fuel case. I am unaware of guidelines for rainy period. Cornelia Group supports Humanity Children's, and many other stories in the Daily Graphic.
Now, the Economic Times foreign investors react positively to scrapping of minimum capital demands, but local counterparts fret over increased competition. Bank post impressive performance in 2025 amid DDEP remnant is also here, and Ghana's economic recovery teeters on a 2026 tight rope also here, and that's it for the Economic Times.
Well, Daybreak, it says freight forwarders on nationwide strike over GRA valuation system. Last week you had an interview with the GRA boss, the AI system.
Yes,
that's
the Publican
used to
system.
Publican AI system. The free primary nationwide healthcare takes off. Screening begins tomorrow. That's big news, actually. Same or worse, GFE picks Queiroz despite poor World Cup record. And free Abronye Afenyomakin demands.
Okay, the insight for this morning says Lands Minister accused of failing to act swiftly to save Bogoso Prestia mine. Global energy price surge, the impact on Ghana's economy, and Cuban president tells NBC he won't resign under U.S. pressure as Russia backs old ally. Digital security and growth, what it means for Ghana, and National Security Operative petitions IGP over alleged land grab scandal involving ex-CID director. And report illegal digging fee collectors to police. Honorable Afutu Kwate urges developers. Okay, so that's it for the insight, which means we can get into the online news review, and it's brought to us by Zenith Bank in your best interest. And myjournalline.com this morning, silent killers surge with NCDs now behind nearly half of death in Ghana. That's according to the health minister. GRA boss defends transparency in public and AI procurement amid stakeholder concerns. COPEC proposes 50% cut in Dumso levy to ease fuel prices. And we're moving into homes. Health minister unveils nationwide screening drive. NRSA warns against safety risk of modified Toyota Voxy vehicles. And Atufosin says Ghana on track for debt sustainability as focus shifts to growth. Calls to suspend Publican AI system premature. That's according to the executive secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana, Samson Asaki Awingobit. CityNewsroom.com is a strong exports lift Ghana's Q4 2025 trade surplus to 47.2 billion Ghana cedis. That's a great one. UAE, India lead Ghana's export markets, and UTAX governance regulatory failures behind call for GTech boss removal. Okay, so they're calling for the removal of the GTech boss. No payment made to SML since I took office. That's the GRA boss, and Transport Minister to meet Guta on Thursday over Publican AI. This is not just a job, it's a mission. Carlos Queiroz on Black Stars appointment. CNN, Vance says two can play blockade game as he accuses Iran of economic terrorism. Okay. Anyway, Fred, let's get into the details of the papers. Okay.
Well, my pick is the appointment of Queiroz as Black Stars coach, 73 years old. He's got a lot of experience. If I look at the teams he's coached and the countries he's coached, I think he's got a lot of experience. But looking at his age, does he still have enough ideas to take the Black Stars to this World Cup?
A good question you ask. I'm not sure Carlos Queiroz lacks ideas. He still would have ideas. I mean, he's managed at the highest level.
Yeah, indeed.
So he should
coaching at Manchester United, Real Madrid, the Portugal national team, Iran, Oman. He's coached Egypt before, so he knows the African terrain as well.
Yeah.
So I think he will be a great coach for the Black Stars. At least he will be an upgrade on Otoado.
Oh,
yeah, I think so.
That's what I want there. You don't have to say it. Oh. Bye. Otoado. Carlos Queiroz is miles ahead. Of Otoado. Yeah, he doesn't even feature. Okay.
Except that Queiroz's record at the World Cup hasn't been impressive at all. And last night, the health minister was on PM Express on the Joy News channel, and he explained the free primary health care. I think it's one of the biggest things to happen to us as a people. For health professionals looking for you in your home to find out whether you're okay. That's wonderful.
That's good. That's a good
so we're all looking forward to the rollout tomorrow. From what he said, 150 districts have been targeted for the first phase of this program, and I don't know. We need to know how government is going to fund it, so we are sure this will be sustainable. We don't want any 9-day wonder, because it's such a good thing that we can't let it go.
Okay, that's true. But let's get into this one. Ghana's economic recovery, teeters on a 2026 tightrope, and we're told that Ghana's economy is currently operating in 2 speeds. Okay, a blistering start to the year that is now cooling into a more sustainable, a bit cautious recovery. So as international observers and credit rating agencies turn their gaze toward the West African powerhouse, a complex picture is emerging. It's a narrative of ambitious World Bank targets, cooling inflationary pressure, and the sobering reality of a growth rate that is beginning to find its floor. The most optimistic signal for the medium term comes from the World Bank's latest projection. Now, they forecast that Ghana's GDP growth will hit 4.8% by 2026, perhaps more significantly for the average Ghanaian household. The bank projects that inflation, which has battered purchasing power over the last 3 years, will end the year at a single digit of 9%. This 9% by 2026 target represents more than just a number. It's a signal of return to macroeconomic normalcy. Okay.
And that looks very possible.
Oh yes, it looks possible.
Yeah,
I think it's something we can achieve.
If you look at the trend from the last 5 months, we've just been going down, and 9% won't be very difficult to achieve there. Okay, the Pope is in Africa. You know that?
Sure.
Yeah, so Pope Leo wants to turn the world's attention to Africa, according to a senior Vatican official, as he embarks on a significant tour of the continent, addressing themes of peace, migration, and dialogue between religions. And throughout yesterday, it's been between him and U.S. President Donald Trump fighting. He's been against the war in the Middle East, and U.S. President hasn't been happy at all about his openness about his opposition to the war. And so, Donald Trump has been criticizing him, and he's been speaking back at him. He says he will continue to criticize anybody who wants to fight.
Yeah, but you see, the truth is, this fight, what's the sense in it? Let's ask ourselves.
Well, it's affecting everyone.
So we don't need, why does, and I've asked myself this question a number of times, why do certain countries think that they can produce nuclear weapons but others cannot?
Yeah.
Why do we think like that? If in a country the government is terrorizing its citizens, the citizens must rebel.
Yeah, there are lawful ways of doing that.
Yes, the citizens must rebel. You can assist the citizens without destroying the country. We all know how countries, have found ways of overthrowing governments without resorting to wars.
So America's main idea for going to war in Iran is to protect the Iranian people. End of the day, they are the ones suffering now. So did we achieve anything?
They would suffer. So I mean, I sincerely do not think that this war was necessary. If you think that the people of Iran are suffering and they're being killed by their government, what you do is to assess the people nicely. You would overthrow the government. Because look, there's something we talk about in insurgency. Insurgencies are basically an attempt to reverse what you call an asymmetrical relationship. So you think that things are not going on well. In every insurgency, you need the support of the middle class. Okay, because they would have to actually support you through funds and make all the arguments on your behalf, sort of. So what do? If you get few people, okay, compromise them, explain to them why the government of Iran must go, and if they are suffering, they will support anybody that wants to overthrow the government. Must you go there with weapons, blasting everywhere? That today, even those of us here in Ghana, we're suffering. I mean, I've been checking the price of crude oil all the time. $97 per barrel.
And it's all because of
the
war. Winston, there's a story I want to talk about. It's actually an article by Kenneth Ashigbe. You know him, Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe. Stop fueling ecocide, the call to cut supply lines of Galamsey. No one has actually sat down to look at how these excavators and the rest in the forests, destroying the forests and our river bodies, manage to get fuel because they need fuel to run. So we have Ken Ashigbe taking a good look at this. He says there's a saying that the lifeblood of any war machine is its supply line. In Ghana's ongoing battle against the existential threat of illegal mining, better known as Galamsey, we have focused heavily on the machinery, the excavators, the pumps, one leg, and the chamfans. We have praised the government for restricting the importation of new excavators and tracking excavators that come to the ports. But what good is stopping the machines if we continue to freely supply the fuel that powers what's in the system that we are not tracking?
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. I was having a conversation with somebody. I think he doesn't mind if I mention his name, Ernest Domi, whom you know.
Yes.
And he was telling me that, look, he believes that, we call him Obanzi for short, he believes that one of the ways, to curb this is to check the fuel supply to the excavators.
Indeed. So I know he's made a proposal to the Lands Ministry, and in that proposal he makes the point that, if someone is buying fuel, diesel for instance, beyond a certain volume, then you should be asking them what they'll be using it for. So NPA is needed in this. How much fuel can you buy?
When I was returning from Kwewu, after the Kwewu Business Forum, we, these tricycles, the one they call Aboso Kaimacho.
Yeah, but that's not a tricycle. You are referring to Abubuya.
Abubuya.
Yeah.
That's, or Moto King, some people call it. It had, gallons of fuel in it, diesel. It almost ran into us. So my driver was saying, "Oh, okay, this one is taken it to a Galamsey site."
Wow.
That's what the driver told me. Then I remembered the conversation I had with Ernest Domi, and I said, "Look, this one, we must find a way of dealing with this, because that's the only way. Because if you don't get fuel to the excavators, how can they function?
If it's such a clever solution to this whole big problem we've been fighting for many years, a problem that's been killing us. We stopped talking about the kidney cases. It's part of it, So I think that's a great idea. We need to all elevate that conversation. How do we stop the supply? Forget about the excavators. They can come in. We already have some in the system. But how do you stop the supply to the excavators? And you solve the problem.
Great. Now, banks post impressive performance in 2025, and we said that the Ghanaian banking sector has transitioned from the turbulent waters of the DDEP into an era of unprecedented prosperity, and financial statements from the year ending 2025 revealed a landscape where record-breaking profits are no longer the exception, but the standard. From indigenous giants to international subsidiaries, the industry's recovery has been characterized by triple-digit growth and aggressive, asset growth. So that's it happening within our banking sector. It's good news.
Yes, and yesterday our freight forwarders were also on strike. They started a strike which will last one whole week. Coalition of freight forwarders, traders, and industry associations have declared. They've declared a 3-day nationwide strike across Ghana's ports and entry points. Well, I heard them say 1 week, so if it's 3 days, that's good. They are citing unresolved challenges with the implementation of an artificial intelligence-driven cargo valuation system. The industrial action set to begin today, Tuesday, April 14th, is expected to halt duty payments and cargo clearance processes at all ports and border posts in what the group describes as a strategic move to press for urgent reforms rather than withdrawal from national responsibility. And I think that the ministers responsible for this must quickly get them to talk and to avert this kind of strike, because we know the consequences.
Yeah, well, I'm happy they talk about urgent reforms. Now, what that actually means is that they want their concerns addressed.
Mm-hmm.
And how will those concerns be addressed? The concerns will be addressed when they're first of all engaged. So the first thing that I suggest be done is that the Ghana Revenue Authority should engage them.
Exactly.
Know what the concerns are and explain things to them. Look, the last time when the Commissioner General was here, he explained that since the implementation of the Publican AI system, revenue from the ports is increased.
Yes.
So he needs to explain these things to them. I mean, I can understand the traders would not want to pay more, but of course, and I can also understand the impact if they begin to pay more would have on the final
the cost of the goods they are importing.
Yes, I mean the cost that will buy these goods.
Yes.
So I understand all of that, but the country also needs money.
Mm-hmm.
So let us, get a middle way. Let's agree on what we
But is it the case that the AI system is overvaluing the items that they are importing? Is that the case? Because that seems to be the argument of the freight forwarders.
That is why they must sit down and engage. That's why they must sit down and engage. Because you see, look, my brother, when I some time ago when I imported something into this country, somebody suggested to me that he could find a way of making sure that I do not pay.
You pay less than you're supposed to pay.
Less than I'm supposed to.
Exactly. So people under-declare.
And I told him that I beg you let me pay. I don't want the situation whereby you go and underpay. Then you're driving somewhere, and once you underpay, you don't even have the moral right to criticize anybody.
Again.
So I said, let me just pay, and that'll be it. The point I'm making is that people under-declare. We know these things. So please, let them engage.
But because it's widespread, I think that the two sides must sit, and especially the sector ministers must come in. The trade minister, the finance minister must all join in trying to find a solution to this. If at the end of the day the traders will have freight forwarders will have to understand that this is how the system must work, then we go on. If the system is defective, then we find a solution to it.
Great, which means you can bring you the BBC News brought to us by Fidelity Bank. Believe with us, and Glyco, we cushion you for life. Thank you very much, Fred Smith.
Sweden's digital backlash, Thursday at 1:30 and 8:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, Iran's economy under pressure. From war damage to internet blackouts and years of sanctions, we hear from Iranians risking their lives to describe the reality on the ground and ask, what will it take to rebuild the country if and when the fighting stops?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Deep in Uganda lies a dark forest that's home to one of the world's most endangered animals, the mountain gorilla. So is this the sound that they would make?
Yeah, they know that's our friend.
Right.
is not going to attack them.
These gorillas have been under threat from poaching, habitat loss, and human diseases. But today we'll meet a woman who's found clever ways to protect them.
I stared into his eyes, he glanced back at me, and we really connected. And it made me realize how intelligent and majestic they are, but how vulnerable they are.
We'll also hear how her work is helping the local community.
I stopped depending on poaching and hunting animals. Now, as you can see, my children have clothes. I can pay school fees and I have enough food to support my family.
Join me, Myra Anubi, as we hear about saving one of the world's most fascinating creatures on People Fixing the World right after the BBC News.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. A Chinese court in the city of Shenzhen says the founder of collapsed property giant Evergrande has pleaded guilty to a series of fraud charges. Evergrande was once China's biggest real estate firm. Laura Bicker reports from Beijing.
67-year-old Hui Kaiyan expressed remorse, according to the Shenzhen court reports, as he pleaded guilty to a string of charges. The company had taken millions of dollars in pre-sale funding from potential house buyers that were not used for construction. Instead, the funds were diverted to new projects, which resulted in hundreds of unfinished properties across China. The company expanded rapidly by borrowing large amounts of money until Beijing introduced new rules to control real estate debt.
The US Vice President J.D. Vance has accused the Iranian government of engaging in economic terrorism by blocking maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. He said that President Trump's decision to impose a US Navy blockade on Iranian ports had shown that, as he put it, two could play at that game. Israel and Lebanon's ambassadors to the United States are expected to participate in direct talks in Washington later about Israel's war with the Iranian-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah. The negotiations between officials from the two countries will be the first in decades. Yolande Nell is in Jerusalem.
While the Lebanese government really wants to broker a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, the war has been so devastating in Lebanon, with more than 1 million people displaced by the fighting, more than 2,000 killed, while Israel is saying, at the moment it does not see any prospect of a ceasefire. It is insisting that Hezbollah must be disarmed. And Hezbollah as a group, it has been rejecting these talks out of hand, saying it won't abide by anything that is agreed as a result of these.
A BBC investigation has uncovered wide-ranging evidence that Greek police have been recruiting migrants for years to force other migrants back across its river border with Turkey. Pushbacks are generally considered illegal under international law. Jessica Parker reports from Brussels.
Over months, we've pieced together evidence which indicates the Greek authorities have recruited Afghans, Syrians, Pakistanis and others as so-called mercenaries since around 2020 in Evros, where a river of the same name marks the land border between Greece and Turkey. The mercenaries, we've heard, can be paid in cash and mobiles looted from migrants, or papers that in effect afford them passage into the EU. Their job? To force other migrants onto boats and back to Turkey in a pushback operation that, according to witness accounts, can involve people being stripped, beaten and even sexually assaulted.
BBC News. Russia has hit a Ukrainian port on the Danube River, Izmail, in overnight attacks. Officials said infrastructure and a Panamanian-flagged ship were damaged, along with buildings and vehicles. In Russia, the governor of the Lipetsk region said one woman had been killed and five other people injured in a Ukrainian drone attack on the city of Yelets. Authorities in the United States have charged a man with attempted murder after he allegedly threw a Molotov cocktail at the San Francisco home of OpenAI boss Sam Altman. 20-year-old Daniel Marino Gama from Texas also faces charges that include possession of an unregistered firearm and attempted destruction of property using explosives. Colombia is to begin a cull of its invasive hippopotamus population to protect local ecosystems and native species such as manatees and river turtles. The government has warned that otherwise numbers could swell from about 200 to 500 by the end of this decade. A record 6 British artists are to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in the United States in November. Among them are Phil Collins, Billy Idol and Iron Maiden. Our reporter Colin Patterson has the others.
The inductees were announced during last night's edition of the TV talent show American Idol, a somewhat incongruous setting when the list included the famously gloomy Manchester band Joy Division.
Your love is key.
Sade is the first ever black British woman to be included. While it will be interesting to see if Oasis turn up to the ceremony in November, Liam Gallagher had previously said about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame he didn't need an award from a geriatric in a cowboy hat.
Other artists being honoured include Queen Latifah, the late Luther Vandross, and the rap innovators Wu-Tang Clan. And that's the latest world news from the BBC.
Challenge these days, new level crowd. Where did you pass?
Me, pass somewhere. I just switched for a better life. I switched for comfort. Look, your salary deserves better.
Switch?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
I switched my salary account to Fidelity Bank.
Oh, okay.
And that's my jackpot. I get higher loan amounts with lower interest rates, as well as personalized financial support. They gave me a loan to expand my side hustle. And the terms are just flexible.
Wow.
Your salary deserves better.
Oh, my salary deserves better. You see the way you are smiling wide? Yes, I will switch and smile wider. Your salary deserves better. Switch to Fidelity Bank today and enjoy lower interest rate, car and home loan, personalized financial support, and a smile that lasts. Switch and smile wider. Fidelity Bank. Believe with us.
If I believe with us, Fidelity. If I know I lay your side, Fidelity.
In Tanzania, we say Karibu, welcome aboard. Looking for unbeatable fares to Tanzania and the world? Air Tanzania now offers direct flights from Accra. Fly with us to Dar es Salaam, Zanzibar, Kilimanjaro, China, Guangzhou, India, Mumbai, Dubai, South Africa, and beyond. Call us on 0246 567 898 and 0542 815 087 or visit our office at Kotoka International Airport, adjacent Airport Post Office. Air Tanzania, the wings of Kilimanjaro.
Enjoy homemade taste of Shito always with Didi Shito. Made with carefully selected ingredients, no preservatives, no colorants.
Preservative just helps us spice. That's how we taste. Spicy we eat.
Didi Shito, if you do need. This advert is FDA approved.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
Syntax Tango! Syntax, hey, tough, very strong. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, tough, very strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start. Syntax Tango!
Hello my fellow Ghanaians, presenting to you the authentic firefighter, Sankablo Cables. These days, we hear less of fire outbreaks because Sankablo Cables, they guard for every Ghanaian. From the building contractor to the electrical engineer, San Cablo electrical cables are their best choice. Proudly made in Ghana, San Cablo deals in electrical cables, PVC pipes, sockets, and switches of all kinds with 99.99 pure copper. My fellow Ghanaians, if light won't travel, now San Cablo be the motto. San Cablo cables are carefully built in different shades of colors to suit the needs of Ghanaians and our weather condition. Always remember to use San Cablo quality electrical cables and accessories for your wiring. For bulk purchase of your PVC pipes, socket, switches, electrical cables, please contact 0530-774-774. San Cablo from Side Go House. Now we be the plug. Approved by the Ghana Standard Authorities.
You can't deny it when you taste it. The rich creamy goodness of Cowbell coffee. One sip and you feel it. It's Cowbell coffee. Taste it and you love it. It's a special feeling. One sip and you feel it. It's Cowbell coffee.
For the big days and the seemingly ordinary, creamy Cowbell coffee is with you every moment.
This advert is FDA approved.
For years, you made Sultana more than just a brand. It has become a part of your home. From your kitchens to your celebrations, now it's time to give back to you. Sultana's Buy and Win promo is here. You can win cars, motorbikes, trucks, Sultana products, and many more. All you have to do is to buy a bag of Sultana rice, scratch your coupon, and you could win really big. Sultana rice, your household favorite. Win the big one.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Creators platform. This advert is FDA approved.
Wake up. Good morning. Good morning.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
November to November, me I don't mind no calendar. Come on, let's ride, I'm a running man. Higher than life, no challenger. Trace my love for the charisma. Chasing those no scavengers. Chasing those no scavengers. Nasa misha city ball in a K1 as you wanna say me say. When you wanna chili fork, I want 3 bombs and as you wanna say me say. I know the tired of evidence. I gotta chill, I gotta relax. I know the tired of evidence. I gotta chill, I gotta relax. Hold on, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, style of my star. Can't you see the lifestyle? Hold on, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, style of my star. Can't you see the lifestyle? From the mud boys, no handouts. Serious on boys, no self-doubt. Dangerous choices, but I'm in love with time. Dreams of shoveling dough. I did my part, my Rija town in 94. I did my part, my Rija town in 94. Sam Kumar, tell me. Sam Kumar, tell me dominance, dominance, dominance. Nasa misha city ball in a K1 as you wanna say me say. When you wanna chili fork, I want 3 bombs and as you wanna say me say. I know the tired of evidence. I gotta chill, I gotta relax. I know the tired of evidence. I gotta chill, I gotta relax. Well, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, style of my star. Can't you see the lifestyle?
And of course, that's Black Sheriff with Pop Star. He's definitely a pop star. Would he be the artist of the year? Well, that's something that we'll all look forward to. Still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM.
Come on, let's ride, I'm a running man.
And this morning, our focus is on the new coach of the Black Stars, Carlos Queiroz. Is he the man for the job? Can he be trusted to lead the Black Stars to a successful 2026 World Cup? Let's hear from you here on the Super Morning Show. Get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055 1111997. But also coming up this morning here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM, our focus is on this.
Having just a ward that is serving as a makeshift for infectious diseases. We have various forms of infectious diseases. You cannot mix TB cases with people who are coming in and are being diagnosed with mpox, or cases that may come in whether dengue fever and other infectious diseases. The transmission differs. Okay, so we need to have a space, and even the place is not conducive enough. If you see the airflow of this area, it's not so conducive and where it is located. So it is challenging. Moving cases, some out and some in, it defeats the purpose of infection prevention.
Our focus is on the treatment of infectious diseases in our documentary Healing in Borrowed Places here on the Super Morning Show. And we'll be sharing with you how in certain health facilities, okay, the challenge they have is that they treat all infectious diseases in one place.
Chasing those no scavengers, chasing those no scavengers. Nasa misha city ball in a K won't ya see on a seven say. When you wanna chili fork, I want 3 boom to nasi one on a 7 say. I know the tire no evidence. I gotta chill, I gotta relax. I know the tire no evidence. I gotta chill, I gotta relax. Hold on, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. The most dynamite star. Can't you see the lifestyle? Hold on, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. You know, I'm a pop star. The most dynamite star.
But as always, you know, we do the show with you. Let's get interactive here on the Super Morning Show. Join us on WhatsApp 055 1111997. But let me tell you about Coronation Insurance Ghana Limited, because they are making motor insurance payment more flexible than ever with the new pay-as-you-earn motor insurance. Now you can buy your insurance on monthly, quarterly and half-yearly basis. Just sign up instantly through the eCoronation digital platform. Pay conveniently via Momo and instantly download your documents anytime, anywhere. It's affordable, flexible and convenient. Pay small, drive covered. Because look, if you can pay monthly, Charlie, you're good to go. Remember, for every vehicle insured, an amount of 50 pesos is donated to promote road safety. So call them now on 0302 773616 or 0308 249 068, or visit the head office at 35 Aviation Road, Airport Residential Area, adjacent the Nyaho Clinic. Pay small, drive covered.
I know the tire no evidence. I got the chin, I gotta relax. Hold on, I'm a pop star.
So we are in the second quarter of the year, but you know, for so many people, still they're trying to find their feet because of how they enjoyed, the Christmas and all. But look, whatever it is, Total Energy says we day for you. And that's why they've significantly reduced their lubricant prices. So for instance, your favorite 4-liter quarts 9000 SAE 5W40, which was 118, is now selling at 107 cedis 50 pesos. Your 5-liter quarts 9000 Future OW20, which was 148, is now selling at 134. And the 4-liter Rubia Fleet HD 415 W40, which was 80, is now selling at 72 cedis 50 pesos. So top quality meets great savings. You won't get these prices anywhere. Rush to any Total Energy station nationwide and enjoy premium quality engine oils, transmission fluids and coolants at significantly lower prices. Remember, that balance you save off can buy Davies Gobe for the rest of the year. Okay, so choose Total Energies, choose quality.
Trace my love for the charisma. Chasing those no scavengers. Chasing those no.
And with Millennium Insurance, you don't have to worry. So whether it's motor, properties, marine, travel insurance, they've got you covered. Millennium Insurance is fast and reliable when life throws you surprises. Millennium, make sure you're ready. Call Millennium Insurance today on 0501 418 228 and ensure the unexpected before the unexpected insures you. Millennium Insurance Company, your trustworthy partner. Now, Ghana, let's talk water tanks, and I'm sure by now you know the secret to real water storage. It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's not the correct tank. So, the tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It's strong, durable, and built to handle Ghanaian weather, rain or shine. Syntex tank has your back. So, my people, go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have the tortoise on it, then you know it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that's stuffed like a tortoise. Call 0244 335 168 to buy now or find one of our 400 agents nationwide. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
Dreams of shoveling dough. I did my part, my Rijata in 94.
Now, hello, beautiful customers. You know, at Omni Basic Bank, your security is our priority. So, before engaging in any financial offer or investment opportunity, please take a moment to confirm through our official channels. Remember, Omni Basic Bank will never request your PIN, password, card details, OTP, or any confidential information via phone calls, SMS, email, or social media. Always rely on our verified communication channels and avoid sharing sensitive information with unverified sources. For assistance, please call our 24/7 contact center on 0307086000 or 0302758555 or 0800 100 790. Omni Basic Bank, not just another bank. But are you an electrician, an estate developer, a contractor, or a dealer in electrical cables and accessories looking for premium quality materials for your homes and projects, whether residential, commercial, or for industrial use? Then Sun Cablo has got you, because when it comes to strong, durable, and fire-resistant electrical cables and accessories, trust Sun Cablo, proudly made in Ghana with 99.99 pure copper and certified and approved by the Ghana Standards Authority and Energy Commission. From house wiring to big projects, we've got all sizes and color ready, from 1.5 mm to 25 mm cables, flexible cables, switches, sockets, multi-lamp holders, and many more. No darling, no shortcuts, just pure quality you can rely on. Everything complete. Ask for Sun Cablo cables and accessories at all leading electrical shops nationwide. For bulk purchase, call 0243 374034 or 0244 678015. Sun Cablo, lighting Africa. Sun Cablo, from site, go house. Now we be the plug. And Bank of Africa invites you to reactivate your dormant account today. Discover their refreshed range of products and services, from the enhanced SME support facility to the convenience of a USD debit card, credit card, and much more. Updating your account is easy. Simply visit any Bank of Africa branch with your Ghana card. For any assistance, call Bank of Africa on 0302 429 333 or 0302 249 690. Bank of Africa, strong as a group, as close as a partner. And stay with us. We'll return with your birthday messages and sports here on the Super Morning Show. We'll be right back.
The other day, I visited Kweku at his spunky new office to congratulate him on opening his business. And man, was I impressed. The business is just moving quick. The sales, customers, everything is just working seamlessly. The secret? He said,
it's MTN Business Broadband. In this fast-paced environment, we need fast and reliable internet to support all business types. No laggy online meetings, great download and upload speeds, impeccable business management systems, all inclusive. I mean, you can have it all.
Sharp! I signed on immediately.
To enable your business stay ahead and stay connected, make sure you're signed on to the best internet made just for businesses. MTN Business Broadband. Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh and manage your account on my MTN app. Call 0244 308 111 for more information.
MTN.
For 130 years, Standard Chartered has been there for Ghana and for you.
supporting your financial aspirations and driving your business ambitions, opening doors to new possibilities, turning small dreams into big realities, and bringing banking to the palm of your hands. For 130 years, we have been there, empowering the next generation to soar higher. And as always, we believe we can achieve even more together. This year, as we celebrate 130 years of operations in Ghana, we look into the future with you because we are bringing 130 years of expertise to power your wealth and business ambitions, 130 years of heritage to power your aspirations. Let's partner for progress. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Life is full of dreams and surprises. When the unexpected happens, SIC Insurance stands with you. For over 60 years, we've protected what matters most: your business, your home, your life. Call us toll free today on 0800 100 055 for your motor, fire, accident, travel and marine insurance policies. SIC, our promises are sacred.
Introducing Yomi Pina Colada and Peach, our newest addition to the Yomi family. Life is full of choices, so here are more Yomi flavors to spoil you for choice. Go on, choose great taste, choose nourishment, choose the new Yomi Yogurt Pina Colada and Peach. And always remember that the choices we make today shape our tomorrow. Yomi, a nourishing choice. Yomi Yogurt Pina Colada and Peach. More quality products from Amigo Ghana Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Right, so welcome back. Time now for birthday messages here on the Super Morning Show, brought to us by MTN Everywhere You Go. Bank of Africa, BOA Pay from Bank of Africa offers a hassle-free solution for fee collection and other payments. Call us or chat Fafa at boaghana.com for details. Let's see whose birthday it is today. And Okay, do I have the birthday messages? Yes, I do. This one says, happy glorious birthday to Nana Sapon, the CEO of Kumasi Check Fast Food inside East Legon, Bauleshi. May the good Lord bless him with good health, long life, and prosperity from Dr. Abedi Kwadas of TKB Microcredits Services. Happy 60th birthday to Mr. Nicholas Amaboy, Yard Foreman of Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry. Today, 14th April 2026 marks another milestone in your life. May God protect, guide you, and grant you all your heart desires. From Joseph Pupulampu of Ministry of Trade, Industry, Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry. And this one is a happy. Please wish Welinam Afajinu of Christian High School a happy birthday. Is from her mates and friends. Okay, it means we can get into the sports center. Where
are you in a hurry to?
Oh, I remember.
Me too. I have a few friends who are celebrating their birthday.
Please give
in
them
fact,
a shout out.
The first one is my former colleague, a big brother, and a wonderful person, Wilberforce Asari.
Oh yeah,
yes, of Asasi Radio. Today is his birthday. I think he's the head of the political desk and legal. The Force is what we call him. Also, for happy birthday to you. We pray for God's limitless blessing and grace upon your life. Today is also the birthday of Komla Adom. Happy birthday to you, Komla. And to Sarah Edu, today is your birthday. Benedicta Osei is also celebrating her birthday today. Gadiel Wilson say, I went to secondary school with Wilson say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gadiel Wilson say, Charlie, happy birthday to you. Say, do hope wherever you are, you're having a blast this morning. And also to Eugene Apia, Isifu Osman are all celebrating their birthdays today. Happy birthday to you guys, and we do pray for nothing but God's blessings on your life.
Great, so let's get into the sports center then. It's proudly brought to us by MTN everywhere you go. But switch to MTN's eSIM. Download my MTN app to go seamless today. Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. And Yomi Yogurt, a nourishing choice. DSTV, your home of entertainment. And look, you know how we do it when you cross over graduation, big win, new arrival. Your people dust you with powder, eh? That's exactly what's happening right now thanks to MTN. People are upgrading to 4G, and trust me, the powder is flying everywhere. Grab the brand new HMD Arc for just 899 Ghana cedis and enjoy a free 2.5 gigabyte data every single month for 6 months. New phone, fast 4G, nice pictures, free data, more social media every month. Also, kojiwo dear. Before they say it's only you left. So visit any MTN service center and dealer shops nationwide to grab your HMD Arc today. But look, for over 130 years, Standard Chartered has been more than a bank. They've been a partner in progress, from helping establish Ghana's financial system to building businesses and connecting them to the world. From helping generations to grow and protect their wealth to powering innovation and helping communities thrive. Today, we stand on 130 years of heritage to power your ambitions and unlock opportunities. 130 years of expertise to drive cross-border connections that move businesses forward, support your financial and wealth aspirations, and to sustainably impact communities. As always, we believe we can achieve more by partnering together. Standard Chartered, here for good. But Achu, you know the moment when the alarm rings and life is already asking questions? Okay, campus, office, hustle, dreams waiting to be chased. Well, those are the moments when you need something that helps you show up and keep going. And that's why Cowbell Coffee stays with you every single moment, whether you're grinding for that exam, pushing deadlines at work, or cooking up the next big idea. Cowbell Coffee gives you that creamy taste and rich coffee aroma to kickstart your day right, and you can enjoy it anytime. Because success doesn't happen overnight. It's the little moments, the early mornings, the late nights, and through it all, Cowbell Coffee Day with you. Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. And this is FDA approved. Aju.
This is powered by the Joy Sports Desk. We call it the Joy Sports Center on the Super Morning Show. We begin with the Black Stars because we have a new coach. Portuguese trainer Carlos Queiroz has been appointed the head coach of the senior men's national team on a 4-month contract for the 2026 World Cup. He's 73 years of age, previously coached Real Madrid, Portugal, Egypt, and Iran. Also served as assistant to Manchester United and now replaces Otoado, who was sacked last month after a dismal second stint. He will earn around $100,000 and comes in with an extensive World Cup pedigree after coaching at 4 different editions. Here's more on his profile by Joy Sports' Razak Misbah.
Coach Queiroz is one of football's most experienced and well-traveled coaches. Born in 1953, his career has taken him across continents, shaping teams for more than 4 decades. His breakthrough came between 1989 and 1991 when he led Portugal's youth team to consecutive FIFA Under-20 World Cup titles, producing talents such as Luis Figo and announcing himself as a coach capable of building winning generations. From there, Queiroz moved into elite football, serving as assistant manager at Manchester United under Sir Alex Ferguson between 2002 and 2008, contributing to a highly successful era at the club. He later took charge of Real Madrid in 2003 and 2004 during the Galacticos period before going on to manage several national teams including Iran, Colombia, Egypt, gaining a reputation as a specialist in tournament football. On the African stage, he came close to continental glory when he guided Egypt to the final of the 2021 African Cup of Nations in 2022, narrowly missing on penalties.
Razak Musbah's reports there. Meanwhile, Sport and Recreation Minister Kofi Adams has hinted that Queiroz will be hunting for new talent into the team.
This World Cup should not and will not be our worst performance ever. I think that we will do very well. We'll do really well. It's possible we can win the cup, especially with the selection of a new coach who will bring some level of match reading, understanding, possibly even hunting for some other talents that we have there and adding to what we already have. We can be ranked 74th by FIFA and we will surprise everybody.
Sports and Recreation Minister Kofi Adams was speaking to social commentator and political satirist Kweku Sintibisa. Meanwhile, fans who spoke on Joy Sports X Spaces last night expressed mixed reaction to the appointment of Queiroz as the Black Stars coach.
Personally, I think this is a wrong move because we talk about experience. Alright, performance is way better than you say you have experience. His winning percentage is very low. So he's just like Otuado, who's just like refurbished. We need a better coach.
The key is going to be for him as the organisation. So in the context of why it would appear he was appointed, I can see why they've gone with him, and I think he probably was the sensible choice. Appointing a coach for kind of 3 months of the World Cup doesn't seem to be what Ghana need or want.
Age is the obvious question mark for some of us. You know, football moves very quickly, and some of us will argue strongly that Ghana need fresher, more attacking ideas rather than another veteran who leans conservative. His style is disciplined and organized, but it can sometimes lack flair. And Black Stars fans like me have always loved teams that play with joy.
Well, his first game in charge of the team will be on the 2nd of June when the Black Stars take on Wales in their final friendly before they take on Panama 2 weeks later in their World Cup opener, followed by games against Croatia and England. Speaking of that World Cup, we're going with Litina Travels, who are going to facilitate your visa for you, providing you with match tickets, put you on a return charter flights, top class hotel accommodation, and travel insurance, all for $3,990 Now, if you've got your visa already but need help with booking your charter flights and hotel accommodation or even match tickets, Litina Travels will also provide that service for you. They've got tickets that they can sell to you and slots on that charter flights as well as hotel slots. So call them on 0244 260 789 0244 260 789 today, or visit Litina at Lisa Hotel Northridge and secure your spot on this once in a lifetime journey. Moving on, police say they are yet to make an arrest more than 24 hours after the killing of 20-year-old Brecum Chelsea midfielder Dominic Frimpong. The unknown Aduana FC player died from gunshot wounds to the head sustained during a robbery attack on the team bus as they traveled to Brecum following a Premier League game in Samraboy on Sunday. DSP Godwin Ahianyo is the Ashanti Regional Police PRO.
I must say that so far we've not made any arrest. As of this morning, the Regional Police Commander, DCOP, Mr. Atal Sakocho, together with some senior officers in the region, visited the crime scene and engaged some of the persons who were involved in the robbery incident, specifically the driver of the VIP bus. According to him, when they were coming, they chanced on the robber and he tried to reverse and then unfortunately fell in the ditch. So the footballers who were then the passengers in the vehicle tried to escape from the attack. Unfortunately, this young gentleman was hit with a bullet. And then when he was hit with a bullet, he heard one of them saying wrong target. And that was the time they all fled, the armed robbers fled the scene. As we speak, we have not made any arrest. The regional commander has indicated that he's engaging the community members. And we have also planted our EID personnel, that's the intelligence directorate personnel on the ground to take some leads that will help us get the perpetrators arrested.
DSP Godwin Ahiano is the Ashanti Regional Police PRO. Tributes have continued pouring in around the world for the late Dominic Frimpong. The late has been from FIFA President Gianni Infantino, who said, "On behalf of the global football community and everyone at FIFA, we send our condolences to his family, friends, and everyone at Brecum Chelsea." Elsewhere in athletics, the Accra Open Championships took place on Saturday at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium as part of preparations for the upcoming CAA Senior African Athletics Championships. It brought together under 18, under 20 and senior athletes from secondary schools, universities and various security services who competed across several track and field disciplines. Pentijija was there and reports.
The boys under 20 100 meters final, the Fantipim Schools Kofi Chiabo claimed first place with a time of 11.26 seconds, narrowly edging same senior high schools Dennis Beefy, who finished in 11.29 seconds. Bokuwari Schools Felix Asante secured third place after clocking 11.49 seconds. In the girls 100 meters final, TI Ahmadiyya Senior High School's Aisha Jaffa delivered an impressive performance to win in 12.37 seconds. Margaret Ama placed second with a time of 13.03 seconds, while Evelyn Amponsa finished third in 13.42 seconds. Beyond the competition, the championships also served as an important preparatory platform for both athletes and officials ahead of the Continental Athletics Showpiece scheduled for May, while highlighting several emerging talents in Ghana's track and field scene.
Champions League next, and Liverpool have endured a difficult domestic campaign, but the reigning Premier League champions still believe they can overturn a 2-0 deficit against PSG in their Champions League quarter-final at Anfield tonight. Already out of both domestic cup competitions and currently 5th in the league, the Champions League now represents Liverpool's final realistic path to silverware this campaign. PSG, meanwhile, will feel that I should already be beyond doubt after missing several chances in a commanding 2-0 first league win in Paris. Speaking after the match, head coach Arne Slot struck a tone of cautious optimism when asked about Liverpool's chances of staging a comeback.
For the ones that have been with me for the past 1.5 years, in the 49 home games we've played, 46 times we were able to score 2 goals or more. So yes, we did not play in all these 49 games against Paris Saint-Germain. I do understand that, but as we all know, the Premier League and the Champions League opponents we had over here were also very strong and are very strong. Yes, there's a belief that we can do special things tomorrow. But we also need to be very, 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 very special tomorrow to achieve that, because we're playing against the champions of Europe. So that makes the task more complicated, but not impossible.
Barcelona are away to Atletico Madrid also tonight. Barcelona lost the first leg by 2-0 and would have to overturn that at the Wanda Metropolitano later tonight. There will be live commentary on Hits 103.9 FM.
But Aju, before you go, I want your views on the appointment of Carlos Queiroz.
It's a good appointment.
It's a good appointment.
Yes, someone who earns around the wage bracket of between 180 and 250,000. If you get him for 100,000, that's a good appointment on the economic side.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the sporting argument also is concerned, this is as big as it gets in terms of the profile of coaches we've hired. He is the most accomplished Ghanaian coach. He's the most accomplished to have coached the Black Stars. He has more experience than anyone who has coached the Black Stars. Real Madrid, Manchester United, Portugal head coach of Real Madrid. Then you have Oman, Iran, Egypt. Took them as far as the AFCON final. Has got the right personality, if you ask me. From in terms of being someone who develops players to actually managing them on the big stages, and as his recent performance with Egypt at the AFCON showed, he can turn around the fortunes of a team in record time. So it's a good appointment by all indications.
I am interested in turning around the fortunes of a team in record time. How do you arrive at that?
We'll have that conversation at 9. Don't worry.
No,
because for me, you look at the Black Stars, and the question you have to ask yourself is, what is the immediate need of this team?
Okay.
Right, that is what helps you situate the context of turning around the fortunes of the team. And I was making the point earlier that ideally I would want a Black Stars that plays front foot football, that is positive, that is expansive, and gets results. But if I look at our history in recent times, we are not in the position to have such demands. Beggars can be choosers. We have not been competitive for a long time. And so the focus now has to be on being good again. Get used to winning before we think about style. Substance first, because in the last 7 years, across 4 major tournaments, the Black Stars have won 2 football matches. 2. The first win was against Guinea-Bissau, AFCON 2019, and then the last win was against South Korea. I was in the stadium that day. Otherwise, we have played 16 matches at major tournaments and we have won just 2.
And what's his record?
Carlos Queiroz. Which of the jobs? Egypt
in tournaments?
In tournaments. So he took Egypt to the AFCON final. That's the most recent as far as his work. In fact, his only experience on the African continent is concerned. He lost the first game, but won every other game on their way to the final before they lost that final to Senegal. Okay. So, yeah.
Well, when you come back, about this message from Steru says, Winston, tell Victor Chutamakulu that I'm not privy to the details leading to Carlos' appointment as our coach, but I'm not impressed. Looking like how African countries trust age over changing times At 73, Carlos has passed his magic, or the game has left him. Evident in the latest teams he has coached. I wish we had a younger one, but I'm just indifferent for now.
Why do we like to?
Perform some
Why do we often comment around the Black Stars as if we don't know the team and we don't know its history? When was the last time Ghana hired an elite coach at the peak of their powers, or a young elite coach like the words he's describing there? Give me one blacks in the history of Ghana. Give me one coach who we hired at a time that they were an elite performer, a world-class coach, and young, like he's describing.
Tell me.
No, because that seems to be the expectation. It is not consistent with our reality. I don't know which realms we think the Black Stars have been from. Abraham Grant at the time, until Carlos Queiroz, Grant was the highest profile Ghana had hired, and the sum of his experience was at West Ham and caretaker coach for Chelsea. This man has coached Real Madrid. He's coached Portugal. He's coached Egypt, taking Egypt to an AFCON final. If that experience is not enough, who, at the time of their Black Stars appointments, had a better CV than Carlos Queiroz?
Okay.
We
so
should
you say he's the best man for the job.
Calm down and be humble. We are not Brazil. We are not Brazil. We are not from Spain. We set high standards for the team. But when it comes to the issue of coaching appointments, one, there is a history to how we have appointed coaches in the past and who we have given the jobs to. Then we know the economic history of the GFA and the sports ministry. Otuado was about the highest paid Black Stars coach in history. No, I think maybe Abraham Grant, after the AFCON final, his contract was around $75,000. I stand to be corrected then. But he, Otuado, are the highest we've paid any Black Stars coach.
50,000.
Yes. Who do you think is going to take that kind of money? So when we want to talk about, we deserve better, who do we think we are? Better in the context of what? Or, you see, it is good to be ambitious, but the best coaches in the world operate within a certain wage category.
But, I mean, I know we'll continue at 9, but there were talks that Slaven Bilic.
Yes, and he would have probably cost more, if not around the same amount that.
What happened? Why didn't he get it?
I suspect all along the FA's man was Carlos Queiroz. Yeah, the FA's man was Carlos Queiroz. Maybe because Bilic probably would have cost more and he may not have compromised because they are of a similar level. The difference between Slaven Bilic and Carlos Queiroz is that Bilic had a sustained period of coaching Croatia, so I think for 4 or 6 years. But beyond that, the height of Bilic's work was at West Ham. The height of Carlos Queiroz was at Real Madrid, and then at Man United, where he was an assistant. This is us.
Well, this is a reality. Anyway, thank you very much, Victor Achu Tamaklo. You come back. We'll talk about the Black Stars, but I'd love to hear from you. I want to know what your thoughts are this morning. Join us on X. Use the hashtag JoySMS, and then on WhatsApp 05511119997. Social media messages here on the Super Morning Show brought to us by EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank, number 10 Liver Salt, a refreshing relief, and Provident Insurance. With Provident, man, you're covered. So attention, if your money is controlling you, then now it's time to take charge. The EcoBank mobile app gives you the power to command your money, to transact across 33 African countries and anywhere in the world. Command your money to make water, electricity, and school fee payments, bank and mobile money transfers, create virtual cards, to buy only what you need and more. So Money Commander, download the EcoBank mobile app now on the App Store or Play Store and command your money. Command also means paying attention to details. EcoBank will never call or send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details. So when in doubt, call the EcoBank Contact Center on 0800 003 225. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Kuma has always dreamt of commanding his own military forces.
Attention! Eyes right, stand at ease.
Because that dream is still a vision in progress, He spends his time commanding his money with the EcoBank mobile app.
Operation Supplier Payment. Dispatch 1,000 units of currency from Accra to Benin. Move! Move!
Sometimes he wants a little extra control so that he can buy only what he needs.
Command Center mobile app. Activate virtual card protocol and initiate payments for sneakers and t-shirts. Abort mission for leather coat payment.
Even when the general is fast asleep, his standing order marches out to sort his bills. With the EcoBank mobile app, you can command your money to make safe transactions in Ghana and across 33 African countries. Download the EcoBank mobile app on the Play or App Store today.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank will never call or send an SMS asking for your PIN, OTP, bank card, or Ghana card details.
We shouldn't have gone to that party.
Masa, my head is killing me. Is that your stomach?
Yes.
What did you eat?
I don't know.
Get rid of your gastric problems with number 10 liver salt. Number 10 gives you quick, effective relief from nausea, indigestion, heartburns, hangovers, and hyperacidity. And with different fruity flavors such as orange and lemon, it's a pretty tasty way to end an uncomfortable situation. Number 10 liver salt from Ernest Chemist, because everyone needs a chemist.
This advert has been vetted and approved by FDA.
Welcome back, and on big stories this morning here on the Super Morning Show, our focus is on this.
The original plan was a 30-bed capacity hospital that was supposed to be fully functional. What I mean by fully functional is that it has everything that it requires: a laboratory unit, X-ray unit, it has beds, admitting facilities, anything. And it was supposed to be ready anytime there's an infectious disease outbreak that we needed to do mass admissions and critical care. Unfortunately, the project started really well, but over the years, the contractors have left the site.
It's very challenging having just a ward that is serving as a makeshift for infectious diseases. We have various forms of infectious diseases. You cannot mix TB cases with people who are coming in and are being diagnosed with mpox, or cases that may come in whether dengue fever and other infectious diseases. The transmission differs. Okay, so we need to have a space, and even the place is not conducive enough. If you see the airflow of this area, it's not so conducive and where it is located. So it is challenging. Moving cases, some out and some in, it defeats the purpose of infection prevention.
Healing in borrowed spaces, and this morning we're telling you about how health authorities in eastern and northeast regions are compelled to treat patients with various infectious diseases in makeshift wards as the country continues to battle with emerging cases. And that's our situation. We're getting into the details of it shortly here on the Super Morning Show. That, look, the facilities that are being constructed and they've been neglected, so they've not been completed. And as you heard, in some instances, you have someone suffering from dengue fever, tuberculosis, mpox, all in the same room, in the same ward. How is that possible? That's coming up on Big Stories, brought to us by Telecel, connecting energies. Republic Bank, we're the one for you. Join the Republic Verse. Do more, shine more, big up. And Hollard Insurance, we've got you covered, as well as Cowbell Coffee with you every moment. So you know what? Your money deserves the safest home. And with Telecel Cash, you're protected every step of the way. No risk, no worries, no long stories. Just peace of mind. Dial *110# or download the Telecel Play app now for safe, secure transactions. Telecel Cash, the safer choice. Send keke. So what if your bank really helped you big up, okay? Welcome to the Republic Verse, where your money, your business, and your dreams level up. Own your dream home with Republic Bank mortgages. Grow faster with SME and corporate banking solutions. Run your daily finances smoothly with retail and commercial banking products. Build wealth with investments and trust management. And pay anywhere, anytime with Republic Visa credit or debit cards. So whether you're starting out, scaling up, or stepping into what's next, Republic Verse gives you the power to do more and shine brighter. Call Republic Bank on toll-free 0800 414 414. That's 0800 414 414. Or WhatsApp 0546 414 414 right now and step into the Republic Verse. This is the Republic Verse. Do more, shine more, big up. Republic Bank, we're the one for you. And we'll be right back after these messages.
There are many reasons to connect, and it's all to put smiles on the faces of those you love.
Daddy, thanks for the tea cash, okay? I love you.
That's my daughter Angela. Caring for my parents, that's my duty. I also get to pay my utility bills easily with Telecel Cash. And to the suppliers at my shop,
hello sir, Telecel Cash payment received right on time. Thank you.
I get to make them smile because I can pay to my suppliers' merchant numbers, even on other networks directly. My dear ones, we keep the connection stronger when our family, friends, and business relations are happy. Live on cash, enjoy convenience, and make those who matter smile when you send them money with Telecel Cash.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Mr. Kojo, 1 minute before you go to work. The AC you said you want to fix, it won't work.
Why?
Because the electrician will come and chisel my wall. It will make my building weak. Wait, is that a puppy? No animals in my house, oh.
Kojo knows all the challenges about renting. That was his reality until he discovered Republic Bank. With Republic Bank's flexible mortgage solutions, you can move from tenant to homeowner quickly. Imagine stepping into your own home, a place for your family to grow and create memories. Big up. Join the Republic Verse. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Big days and the seemingly ordinary creamy cowbell coffee is with you every moment.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. And would love to hear from you, okay? Would love to know what your thoughts are on the appointment of Carlos Queiroz as coach of the Black Stars. Is this the right appointment? Is he the man for the job? Or you say, maybe we should have gone for another person. There are some of you who've already suggested that he's not the person for the job. Why is he not the person for the job? You just heard Victor Chutamaklo make the point that of all the appointments we've done so far, Carlos Queiroz would rank number one. I mean, when it comes to coaches of the senior national team, the Black Stars, he was assistant coach at Manchester United. Then he became assistant manager. He became coach of Real Madrid. He coached the Portuguese national team. Okay. He also coached Iran. He's coached UAE. He's coached Egypt. So, isn't he the man to take the Black Stars of Ghana to the World Cup 2026? Share your thoughts with us here on the Super Morning Show. On X, use the hashtag JoySMS. Then on WhatsApp, 055 1111 997. 055 1111 997. But happy birthday to lawyer Nana Echan Adai from all of us at the multimedia group to you. Happy birthday to you, lawyer Nana Echan Adai. And this one says, okay, let me just get into some of your messages here on the Super Morning Show. Happy birthday to Enyunam Dugbegan's husband, working at Foreign Affairs, Abuchi Philip. Okay, I get this one. Abuchi Philip says, Ghanaians are hopeful that a new coach will lead the team to bring the World Cup to Ghana. A warm welcome to Carlos Queiroz. The team needs players who will commit to marketing Ghana internationally. Okay, thank you very, very much. But you can also join us. Okay, tell us what your thoughts are concerning the appointment of Carlos Queiroz as coach of the Black Stars. Is it a good appointment? Or you say, as for Carlos Queiroz, like Otuado should have remained Black Stars coach. Somebody asked me a question this morning. What I made of it. I felt that I think he would do a better job than Otuado. There's no way Carlos Queiroz will perform poorly compared to Otuado. It won't happen. So that one there, I'm happy that at least we have a World Cup winner. No, not a World Cup winner, but one who's taking teams to the World Cup. He's coached at the World Cup to join the senior national team, the Black Stars, as the coach. DJ Obete is laughing because I said a World Cup winner. Carlos Queiroz, no, not a World Cup winner. He's been to AFCON final, but that's it, okay? But the hope is that, something will happen with the Blaster. So just get on to X, use the hashtag JoySMS, then on WhatsApp 055-1111-997. Still to come this morning, hotline documentary, Healing in Borrowed Spaces, here on the Super Morning Show. Bring all of that to you. But time now for the Business Minute is brought to us by Anointed Engineering Services, the generator experts.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the Joy Business Minute brought to you by Anointed Electricals, the generator expert. The World Bank has warned that development in the Middle East could trigger food security issues, job losses, and high fuel prices in Ghana and other African countries. This was contained in a joint statement issued by the World Bank Group, International Energy Agency, and the IMF in Washington, D.C., USA. The country's trade surplus has picked up strongly to reach record levels for the fourth quarter of 2025. According to the Ghana Statistical Service Provisional International Trade Statistics, it went up to reach $4.2 billion. Fitch Ratings has warned that a prolonged Iran war leading to sustained high oil prices would likely have mixed impact across African banking sectors. And that's all for the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Anointed Electricals, the generator expert.
And Anointed Engineering Services Limited is into the sale of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. And for every generator you acquire, you'll enjoy a 5-year warranty. They also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. Their services include a 24-hour emergency service, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental service, professional advice, sale of tire lights and rental. Locate their East Legon branch at 26 Boundary Road, Legon, close to AH Hotel, and head office at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. They have 21 branches nationwide also, and they are into skill training. They have a training school that trains students in generators and plants and auto mechanics, electricals and controls and solar installations, offering 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. So contact them on 0243-480-334 or 0246-423534. Anointed, the generator experts. When we return after these messages, we're going to be bringing you our latest hotline documentary, Healing in Borrowed Spaces. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, sir. Please check the round tickets you made me purchase for our Canadian partners arriving this weekend.
Something is eating me up though. I still don't know a decent, welcoming place where we can host our guests.
This is no issue at all, sir. Let me introduce you to Ghana's best kept secret when it comes to a perfect accommodation, and that is Anointed Executive Airbnb Apartment located at Bawi Zero.
Anointed Executive Airbnb Apartment? Tell me more.
Anointed Executive Airbnb Apartments is a destination that everyone instantly falls in love with the minute they enter. They have beautifully designed 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, fully equipped kitchens, ultra-modern stylish living area, high-speed Wi-Fi connectivity, and an elegant rooftop lounge. Anointed Airbnb has 24-hour professional security, reliable standby generator, and an exceptional customer service and more.
Wow! Please make reservations for our guests right now.
Absolutely. If you ever think of a destination for work retreats, vacations, family events, or weekend getaways, always Always choose Anointed Executive Airbnb apartment. Find them in Accra at Bawezi Road, Faith Montessori, or book ahead on 025 638 9193 or 025 649 2415. Anointed Executive Airbnb apartments. Class, luxury, and lifestyle redefined.
Hey, El Chamano, I agree to.
I miss you. Salary them pay last week. This week, no, it finished. How?
But don't you have GCB mobile app? Just request a salary advance. You will get it in 30 seconds.
Gosh, it just dropped like it's hot.
Get up to 80% of your salary anytime with a GCB mobile app at the lowest interest rates. Switch to a GCB salary account now and payday can be any day. Download the GCB mobile app on Google Play, App Store, or Huawei App Gallery. T's and C's apply. GCB Bank, your bank for life.
Right, welcome back, and thank you very much for staying with us. And this morning, health authorities in the eastern and northeast regions have been compelled to treat patients with various infectious diseases in makeshift wards. When multiple infections are handled in the same room, the risk of cross-infection to patients and health workers increases significantly. But Director of Public Health at the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Asedu-Bekwin, believes that managing infectious diseases does not depend solely on the space where a patient is treated. Joy News Kwetinate has been tracking how the gap in infrastructure for treating infectious disease is impacting healthcare. Let's listen to the Hotline documentary Healing in Borrowed Spaces.
At the Emergency Operations Center in Pantan, scores of disease control officers keenly monitor screens displaying data on infectious diseases recorded across the various regions. With surveillance systems and protocols in place, Director General of the Ghana Health Service, Dr. Samuel Kaba, believes the country is well positioned to deal with emerging infectious diseases.
From today, we need to tighten our belts towards that. As I said, you guys have to read more about the disease so that you don't miss.
But preparedness is not just a statement. In many community and district hospitals, when an infectious disease breaks out, there is nowhere designated to manage the case.
1, 2, 3, go. The current practice is that when somebody comes with such a disease, let's say, for instance, tuberculosis, we have a very small room that we put the patient in. And there are times where you have to put another infectious disease patient in the same room, putting that other patient at risk of acquiring the tuberculosis.
But in the districts where these infectious disease centers are needed, contractors have abandoned work, while in other areas where the projects have been completed, the medical equipment required to make them functional has yet to be installed.
The original plan was a 30-bed capacity hospital that was supposed to be fully functional. What I mean by fully functional is that it has everything that it requires: a laboratory unit, X-ray unit, it has beds, admitting facilities, anything. And it was supposed to be ready anytime there's an infectious disease outbreak that we needed to do mass admissions and critical care. Unfortunately, the project started really well, but over the years, the contractors have left the site.
Imagine treating tuberculosis, COVID-19, and Mpox patients in the same ward. Different infections, same air, same risk. That's the reality at the Nalarugu's Baptist Medical Center in the Northeast region. When the first suspected Mpox case arrived in Nalarugu last year, there was no specialized infectious disease center waiting. According to the medical director at Baptist Medical Center, Dr. Isabella Amese, the facility had to rely on makeshift single yard.
We had to create makeshift rooms to house these people, because if you put them in the general population, you are just going to spread the disease to all the patients on the ward you put them in. So an infectious disease center is usually a specialized unit that can contain the diseases, filter the air in the rooms, and allow the patients to heal and recover without posing a great risk to others. So this is very significant because you are limiting the spread, limiting it through the mode of spread, especially usually the airborne diseases. And then there are also special precautions in these wards to help limit other forms of spread, like contact, spread, and all that. So an infectious disease center is one of the ways in which we can prevent public health crisis. So it's very important in any setting, and given that Baptist Medical Center is a big hospital, the risk is more evident if you put even one person in a ward that takes care of 40 patients at a time. So it's very important to have the center built and as quickly as possible, because we don't know when the next pandemic or epidemic will happen. Recently, we had monkeypox. We had to find a place to put them. We could have kept them in such a ward.
This single room was once meant for tuberculosis alone, but over time, when infectious disease patterns changed, the space did not. Dr. Amisi again.
So, when the hospital was established, TB was very predominant. So there was a small isolation unit that was built. It houses just about 4 on the TB side at a time, 4 to 8 patients at a time. So that is where we normally put our patients, but it's not differentiated into more units. They are not individualized rooms. So that means if whatever infectious disease comes, are you going to put them all in the same room? So risking all their lives to exposure of, you came with one disease, maybe I came with meningitis, and then I'm lying close to somebody with TB without the systems that filters the air. I may get the person's TB, but I can also be kept in the general ward because I pose a risk to other patients on the general ward. So that we are still managing with that small isolation center, but we have outgrown the center.
In this documentary, Kwetenate explores why some infectious disease centers have been abandoned, the national framework for citing these facilities, and the standard protocol for managing infectious diseases within a single yard. I have come to meet Dr. Franklin Esiedi-Bequin, a public health physician with long-standing experience in disease surveillance, outbreak preparedness, and response. He believes that managing infectious diseases does not depend solely on the space where a patient is treated. According to him, the standard protocol rests on whether the cases can be properly managed there or require isolation.
No, so first and foremost, you need to be able to ascertain the kind of condition you are managing, and then also whether you have the required human resource to manage it. So, let's say if you have a disease condition, first you need to confirm it and make a determination. After that, you also need to ask yourself, do you have the human resource to manage that case? Then 2, you have the required setup in terms of equipment, in terms of management of the case itself. So let's say if you have such a case in a location and you do not have that, the next point of call is that you need to find a way of referral. And clearly now we have our transport by way of ambulances are quite improved in terms of numbers, so we need to refer. So for highly infectious disease conditions, that's where we need to manage them in infectious disease centers, and the prominent one is the one at GIDC. So if we have such a situation, first and foremost, we isolate. You isolate and make a determination whether the case can be managed there or you to refer. So basically, that's the principle in managing infectious disease conditions.
I know. This does not fall under your domain, but in an instance whereby, let's say, a facility at a community level has 3 different infectious diseases, let's say tuberculosis, cholera, and let's say mpox, and they only have 1 ward for managing infectious disease. How should it go, or what should be the standard protocol in this picture?
The principle does not change. It's about isolating them. You see, do you know there are some instances that we put up tents. Just the idea is that you don't want the infectious patient to contaminate others. So first you isolate, and then as I say, make a determination what to do. Are you going to refer, or you try and make a makeshift site to manage the case? So that's really the principle. You don't want to mix that pathogen with the general ward. So that's really the principle. And then you decide that I'll manage. Let's say if you have Ebola.
At the Eastern Regional Hospital, the holding bay for infectious diseases is an improvised space created during the COVID-19 period. The hospital's management collapsed several units to create the facility, which has an 11-bed capacity. The medical doctor, Akoto Ampao, says it was designed to meet changing trends in disease management.
These emerging diseases, when we have severe cases, be it from the district or we find them out de novo in our facility, we would hold them in the infectious disease center, which we call the medical annex. That is the name we have given to that one. Post-COVID, management has maintained that ward for that purpose. And a few times where we need to seclude patients because of some known diseases which we think may be infectious. For example, a pulmonary tuberculosis where patient is actively coughing, we do transfer to hold them in that area. But there again, this area has reduced the bed capacity for the hospital because it's not actively used for the purpose for which it was intended. I mean, this is a carved out area, but because we understand that these emerging diseases are now becoming rampant and facilities lower than the regional hospital in the district would depend on our expertise for management. We have decided to dedicate those wards for the management of such cases.
For disease control officers managing different infectious diseases in this makeshift structure, it has become a dilemma. Esther Avoka is the disease control officer.
It's very challenging having just a ward that is serving as a makeshift for infectious diseases. We have various forms of infectious diseases. You cannot mix TB cases with people who are coming in and are being diagnosed with mpox, or cases that may come in whether dengue fever and other infectious diseases. The transmission differs. Okay, so we need to have a space, and even the place is not conducive enough. If you see the airflow of this area, it's not so conducive and where it is located. So it is challenging. Moving cases, some out and some in, it defeats the purpose of infection prevention.
So if you have, let's say, 3 different infectious diseases, then what happens?
It means you have to prioritize. All right. You look at the one that is more infectious. So if you are looking at Ebola and you are looking at TB, you prefer to move TB to the ward which is an airborne condition, and then maybe with nose marks. It is not droplets. It is airborne. It's droplet nuclei. So the infection of TB is less dangerous than if it is a case of Ebola.
The risk of cross-infection to patients and health workers increases significantly. Mrs. Avoka again.
It does, but once you don't have the resources, you have to manage with the little that you have. So currently we are constrained with space, and that's the best that we can do.
This became evident when the region recorded its early cases of Mpox. Jennifer Amoah Entry is disease control and surveillance officer in the Eastern region. She shares insights on how it was managed.
The person didn't have any history of traveling or any history of, let's say, traveling elsewhere, or he has not traveled even 1 month prior to the onset of the symptoms. So we actually couldn't point out to where the infection was contacted, or we couldn't have traced it. But because he didn't have any travel history, he didn't have history of coming into contact with anyone with similar signs or symptoms.
Can you describe the condition in which your team found this patient?
Okay, so on arrival, we realized the patient was having there was fever, and there were also rashes which were vesicular in nature. When I say vesicular, it means rashes which were in the form of bumps with fluid-filled rash. Yes. And with all over the skin, from the face down to it was scattered all over the body.
Last September, according to dashboard on the command center set up by the Ghana Health Service to monitor infectious diseases, there were 547 epidemic-prone diseases from all 261 districts. Influenza-like illness and severe acute respiratory infections were the most reported cases, closely followed by Mpox and COVID-19. As of the 18th of January 2026, the country had recorded 12 new cases, bringing the total confirmed cases of Mpox to 980.
Since the outbreak began in May 2025, the Ministry of Health, through the Ghana Health Service and with partner support, has activated a coordinated multi-sectorial response aimed at interrupting transmission and protecting public health. For clarity, while 880 cases had been confirmed as at 25th November 2025, the situation update as at 3rd March 2026 is that Ghana has recorded 1,038 confirmed cases and 8 deaths, largely among persons with underlying health conditions. 124 districts across all regions, representing 47.51%, have reported confirmed cases.
But while Nalarigo is yet to record its first case of Mpox, a 15 million Ghana cedis infectious disease treatment center, conceived at the height of COVID-19, has been abandoned. In 2020, the government awarded Macrostructures Limited the contract, 4.5 million cedis. 30% of the total sum was paid upfront. 6 years later, only 10% of the work has been done. When Joy News visited, the project was still at the foundation level, with no contractor present. The site had been overtaken by overgrown weeds and stagnant water. Dr. Isabella believes such an infectious disease center would have become a game changer in healthcare delivery, as the current facility has outlived its usefulness.
We more or less represent the region when it comes to all of these infectious diseases. So most people come to us for their care, and we can't keep putting them at risk like that. It's very appropriate to find better ways to manage our infectious disease patients. This is not ideal, if I would say.
Assembly member for Zari Fon electoral area, Bukari Husseini, said they became anxious given the resurgence of other infectious diseases in parts of the country.
People of this community, we are afraid that if in case we have something like that in our jurisdiction, where are we going to send the person to? So we expect that the government should look for the contractor who the contract was awarded to come back to site to continue, so that as and when something of that nature occur, we can have a place to refer the person to.
Director of Public Health at Ghana Health Service, Dr. Franklin Esiedu-Bakwin, explained the national policy on siting of infectious disease centers across the country.
Basically, you need to look at this is the risk of having a condition in a location, and also look at available resources that exist. So for Ghana, we have, I would say, 3 epidemiological zones. You have the northern zones, the middle, and the coastal. The northern is more of the Sahel or the Savannah, and it has this unique kind of disease conditions, like meningitis. That is more unique at the northern part of the country because of its characteristic climate. They have the forest. You understand? They see the Ashanti, part of the Eastings, and part of the Bono regions. Those are the forested regions. They have the coastal, which is where we have the seashore, which is common small cholera. So in making a determination, you need to see what disease patterns are you likely to have.
The Auditor General, in a special report on COVID-19 expenditure between March 2020 and 2022, stated that several efforts by the Ministry of Health to get the contractor to return to the site have proved fruitless. The report recommended that the Chief Director of the Ministry of Health recover the mobilization amount, terminate the contract, and re-award it. Failure to do so would require the Director to refund the amount. Efforts to get the Ministry of Health to comment on the matter have proved futile. However, in an RTI request filed by Joy News, the Auditor General indicated that it has not surcharged the Chief Director. When the news team spoke with the contractor, Yao Dankwa, he blamed delays in payment for their inability to complete the project. He revealed the project has been terminated. Nalarigo is not alone. A 30-bed infectious disease center that was conceived during COVID as part of a national response in the Western region has been abandoned. A public health doctor at the Fiankwanta Hospital, Maxwell Apia, said his team currently operates a 16-bed facility. When it becomes necessary, they resort to erecting tents outside to contain the situation.
And if we are able to complete it, it's going to help us immediately. It's going to increase our capacity to be able to admit more. Currently, our bed size is 16, and on a normal day, we have infectious disease patients, mainly tuberculosis patients, who are on admission in our facilities. And so, if we get an outbreak that needs more patients, often would have to create spaces out of other places. But when we get a 30-bed hospital, it's certainly going to help us to be able to manage them more effectively.
But infrastructure is only one problem. The facility that used to boast of several health practitioners now has 1 permanent doctor and 5 nurses. Dr. Maxwell Apia again.
For some time now, the ministry has not been recruiting as many doctors, nurses, and other health professionals as we wanted. And unfortunately, especially during 2023, 2024, the number of healthcare workers left Ghana. Many nurses, doctors, and others left for greener pastures outside. And as always, some will retire and all that. But unfortunately, the service has not been able to recruit enough people to replace those that we lost through these situations. And therefore, there's a huge human resource gap. We currently do not have as many nurses as we require. We do not have as many doctors as we require. And then our lab, for some time now, the lab units, they are not even recruiting lab staff. And all these things has led to significant shortages in human resource. And therefore, we are not able to attend to the patients the way we would have wanted to. That's a big challenge.
So let's look at how many we've lost and how many are currently serving at the Infectious Disease Center.
Currently, I'm the only permanent doctor here. That's the first thing. And then for my nurses, I remember 2023, 2024 was a very bad year for us. Bad year in the sense that starting from October 2023, every month a nurse left to go outside. So from October The first one went to Canada. November, the next one went to Canada. December, the next one went to the US. January, the next one, just like that.
The stalled 30-bed infectious disease center is already having telling effects on healthcare in the Western region. In a study conducted by researchers, veterinarians, and others on patients with infectious diseases, overcrowding, and health in hospital staff in Finnish, they found out that overcrowded wards contributed to high prevalence of infectious disease among patients. This tend to have adverse effects on the health of hospital workers. For patients, it means delays in accessing services for their family. Alhaji Al-Hassan, a relative of one of the patients receiving care at the facility, said they spent long hours waiting for lab results before doctors proceed with treatment.
I think we send it there for renewable, and then at the same time they give us some numbers and then lab tests to go and do the tests.
How long did it take for you to do the labs?
Oh, actually it took about, when they refer you to a field contact, there's a pressure over there. It will take you about 2-3 hours.
In Goso, in the Ahafo region, the infectious disease center stands almost finished. But almost is not enough during an outbreak. When Joy News visited the holding center there, it wasn't functional. Sensor control panels have not been installed. Hospital authorities say the team X-ray machine, deep freezer, and stove are yet to be supplied. In Zebula, in the Upper East region, the center is completed, but without ventilators or X-ray machines. Medical superintendent at the Zebula Government Hospital, Ayubi Abdul Rahman, said infectious diseases facility has been repurposed to take care of more pressing needs of the hospital.
Since taking over, we've put it to use. Most of the time, it was handed over, of course. We were not having any issues of any an infectious disease outbreak, and so the facility obviously cannot be left unused, and so we've put it to good use. We have the neonatal intensive care unit that is occupying a part of the facility. We also have the pediatric unit also using some sections of the facility, and of course we've reserved some areas in the event that we have cases that we need to isolate, and so that's the current situation.
In December 2025, Ethiopia recorded its first ever outbreak of Marburg virus. Though the country has declared an end to the epidemic, the signal that emerging infectious diseases has no boundaries is clear. As Ghana struggles with unfinished centers, however, Director General of Ghana Health Service, Dr. Samuel Kaba Akoreya, insists the country is ready.
It took one case of Ebola, and the entire West Africa was shut down. Many people were COVID. Many people were affected. The entire world went into crisis. And so, don't say it's only one case that you might be detecting. It matters a lot. That one case is what is going to shut us down. That one case is what is going to kill you.
The country has emergency operation centers set up at Pantan and Kolebu teaching hospitals. A case management team stands by and is activated when necessary to ensure the country does not engage in firefighting in the event of an outbreak. Irrespective of how the picture unfolds, Ghana sits at crossroads of emerging infectious diseases. With bricks, equipment undelivered, and critical infectious disease centers abandoned, the nation's resolve could be tested again, because when the next outbreak comes, the question will not be whether Ghana was warned, but whether leadership acted decisively. For Joy News, this has been Kwete Nati.
of course, we all have to stay alive. First, we'll be getting onto the phone lines and we'll be speaking to Dr. Maxwell Appiah, who is a public health doctor at the Fiankwanta Regional Hospital here on the Super Morning Show. And he's joined us on the phone. So let's get to speak to Dr. Maxwell Appiah. Good morning, Dr. Maxwell Appiah, and thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning, Winston.
Great. So, I mean, you are unhappy about the infectious disease center that has been abandoned. Tell us how that is affecting healthcare delivery.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. The infectious disease center was actually conceived in the COVID era when we were overwhelmed with cases. And it was a very innovative idea to come up with a 30-bed infectious disease unit that can increase our capacity to admit patients and manage them. We also had additional facilities that our existing structure hasn't got. For instance, laboratory, X-rays, and others. That could help us a lot to be able to offer good service to our patients. The project was started, and when you come to our hospital, we've made a lot of progress. I can say it's about 70 or so completed. But for some reason, the project has stalled. And that means that we are unable to get the benefits that we get if that facility was completed. So we still operating from the old structure. Even though we have 15 beds, the new structure should have augmented our capacity and helped us the most. We always help our patients.
Okay, now you've talked about still operating from your old structure. How is operating from your old structure like? How is that impacting the treatment of infectious diseases at your facility?
Yeah, the old structure, as I mentioned, we have 15 beds. So 8 of them dedicated to females, then the remaining 8 also dedicated to males. In a normal peak time, like now when there is no infectious disease outbreak, most of our patients have tuberculosis, and they are the ones that commonly get admitted into the hospital. And tuberculosis, we actually have 2 types. There's what we call the drug-sensitive tuberculosis, and then the drug-resistant tuberculosis. And because of infectious disease, prevention, and cause-infection issues, you cannot actually put 2 types of tuberculosis patients in the same bed. So you have to get a separate block for the drug-sensitive tuberculosis patients, and another block for the drug-resistant tuberculosis patients. And then within this category, you have to always separate the males from the females. So you can see that even in normal peace time, if we get a number of these patients, the place quickly fills up. Because you have to separate the one with the drug-sensitive TB from the one with drug-resistant TB. And then if the drug-sensitive TB patients, they are of different separate space, if you need a different room, but you can't put a male and a female in the same room. So, and even though we have 16 beds, and a normal operational facilities, and a normal conditions, we are almost always using the facility to its optimum. And therefore, whenever we get additional and another outbreak, maybe import, maybe other things, the pressure becomes enormous. And so we would be happy if that structure is completed and be able to get it to use it to our patients.
Now, okay, the non-completion of the structure, what's causing the delay?
I can't speak to that because I am not well informed, but I know the decision is taken at the higher level, the ministry and the contractor, and I do not have the details, so I can't talk about it.
So you say it is 70% complete, however, you cannot use it.
Can I please answer the question?
Okay, so you talked about the fact that the infectious disease center is 70% complete?
Yeah, that's my estimate. If we need the structure is the roofing is completed, and you get some additional work that has to be done. Yeah.
So, I mean, let's get back. You've talked about the challenge in dealing with infectious diseases, and I'm sure as a facility you've complained to your superiors. What's been their response?
our superiors are very supportive. In fact, my hospital management, they are always ready to help and work with us. So they support us so that we can make maximum use of the existing structure while they engage the higher authorities to ensure that the facility is completed on schedule.
Okay, now help us understand, because you are a medical practitioner, what is wrong with having persons with different infectious diseases in one ward or in one room?
All right. When you have people with different infectious diseases in the same room, the first one is the risk of nosocomial infection, which is hospital-acquired infection. So maybe you came with, let's say, tuberculosis, and then I put you in a room with someone with, say, chickenpox, and then you contract chickenpox in the hospital. So you didn't come with chickenpox, but you get chickenpox. That's a nosocomial infection. That can happen. And then also our staff too. When patients are crowded and the workload is heavy, there's fatigue, there's burnout, and they can also easily get occupational infection because they are working beyond their maximum. So it's easy for them to get occupational infection. And when patients are a lot crowded in the same place, it's like we're taking infections and the staff is not adequate. There's delay care. We are unable to see them as quickly as we should be, and that can affect the outcome of their care. Like I also mentioned, there can also be cross infections from this to that, from that to that. And then also in this era of human rights and others, there's also reduced privacy. Because maybe you have a sensitive condition, but you have to put someone close to you who, under ideal conditions, is not supposed to be around you. And some of these privacy issues can be quite the patient.
Now, that's a challenging situation then, but you say your superiors, but I just want to know, is the Ministry of Health aware of these challenges you're going through?
I think the ministry is very much aware. They are very much aware.
Okay, and do you know what they intend to do?
I can't speak for the ministry, but I believe that they have the goodwill to complete the project. But I can't speak that. At the end, that I can't say much because I don't know.
All right, Dr. Maxwell Appiah, thank you very, very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And that's Dr. Maxwell Appiah, who is a public health doctor at the Efiankwanta Regional Hospital in the Western Region, joining us here on the Super Morning Show.
Whether you're a brother
And still to come this morning here on the Super Morning Show, we're going to be getting into a conversation about the appointment of Carlos Queiroz as the coach of the senior national team, the Black Stars. But also, this morning, traders are unhappy with the implementation of the Publican AI system at our ports. We'll get into that here on the Super Morning Show. Stay with us. We'll be right back after these.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth with Kale Charcoal toothpaste. This gives me confidence all day.
Anytime you meet Amma, don't be surprised I smile showing my beautiful white teeth because I don't have cavity thanks to Kale Charcoal toothpaste for its natural charcoal properties. In fact, we are like twins. I can't go without my Kale Charcoal toothpaste.
That be why I dey use Kale Charcoal toothpaste morning and night when I dey go bed safe. It dey make my teeth white when it dey comot every scent from my mouth inside. My confidence level they go up, so I dey show my 32 teeth all.
Introducing the Kale Charcoal toothpaste, formulated with activated bamboo charcoal powder, ensures whiter teeth and removes bad breath. The strong natural property of the activated bamboo charcoal removes bacteria, absorbs surface stains on our teeth caused by coffee, wines, and tobacco. Welcome, Kale Charcoal toothpaste. Kale Charcoal toothpaste, Sankofa Yenchi.
Kale, happy smile.
This advert is FDA approved.
Since inception, almost 100% of Ashesi University students have found jobs, started businesses, or gone on to graduate school within 6 months of graduation. From Accra to Nairobi, London to New York, Ashesi graduates are noticed and are leading successful careers. If you dream of a rewarding life and career, an Ashesi education prepares you just for that. Learn more about applying to Ashesi at ashesi.edu.gh. Remember, admission is ongoing.
Make the right choice for your home. Experience the art of living with smart value deals at Orca. From new arrivals in sofas and dining sets to kitchen accessories and wall art, we offer lasting quality with free delivery, assembly, and expert help. Visit us today on Spintex Road or Asukwa Kumasi. Secure the best value. Think home. Think Orca.
Want more of the world's best entertainment? Well, DSTV's got you. We got kicks, we got scores, we got action, we got roars, we got drama, we got fun, we got more for everyone.
We got you.
So come on, get connected. There's an upgrade on us just for you.
It's my specialty.
More channels, more shows, more joy for you and the fam every day. DSTV, we got you all the way.
Easter is here and Electroland says come and shop. This Easter, make it special. Electroland is bringing you unbeatable offers, unbelievable discounts and exciting free gifts. Feel the rhythm with Samsung, TCL and Media Home Theaters. Enjoy your favorite Easter movies on LED smart TVs. You can stay cool all day with our powerful air conditioners. Want a bedside fridge for your chilled drinks? We've got you. Prepare your Easter meals on a 4 to 6 burner gas cooker with grill and oven. And make laundry easy with top or front load washing machines. Visit our showrooms or go to www.electrolandg8.com. Call 050-315-9739. Electroland, home of luxury affordable electronics.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
Daybreak again. Improvement. What I do, what I say. Ocean shoe, oh yeah,
right, and that's Samini with Movement here on the Super Morning Show. But let's get onto the phone lines because Joseph Paddy is Vice President of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, GUTA, and he's joined us because they've been raising some concerns about the publican system. Joseph Paddy, good morning.
Good morning, Winston. Let me say good morning to your listeners and your viewers online.
Great. So help us understand what those concerns are. The last time the Commissioner General was here, he praised the system as helping to increase revenue generation at our ports. What's your problem then?
Yes, exactly so. We had the CJ in your studio talking about enhancing revenue generation, but the impact is impacting on business negatively by charging our capital. What we see is not revenue enhancement, but it's derailing the capital of the business community because that revenue generation mobilization is eating into our capital as a result of this upliftment of values of duties at the port. So it's unfortunate. We see any policy or any program that will facilitate trade and enhance government revenue, we go for it. But if that policy is going to impact on our business negatively, that's why we'll kick against it. And that's what we see now. That is the challenge we are facing now. For example, a product that we paying duty formally about 70,000 on a Voxy car has been lifted to about 7.something million Ghana cedis. So the question we are asking is...
Hold on, Paddy, hold on. I mean, how is this possible?
It is possible because on the 2nd of April, we put in a declaration, and then it came out that a 2012 Voxy, the duty element on it was 7.something. And I can give you the evidence, if you don't mind. I can send you the evidence.
Give me the evidence.
A microwave that we
let me see.
A sleepers that we bring in from China, about 42 cartons, now has been lifted to about 160-something thousand Ghana cedis. These are what AI publican is doing to the business community. Now, it's not just taxing our profit, but it's even taxing our capital. And that is why we've complained several times. We've gone to Ministry of Finance. We've complained to the minister. In fact, we met the CJ, the Commissioner General. He attests to the fact that, yes, there has been some increase of 40% since the introduction of the AI. But we've seen that it's moved over 40 to 500%. Some are over 100%. And that is where, when we even ask for appeal, the route of appeal is not there. When we ask where do we have to go to appeal, formally we used to go to the customs to put in our appeal. Now we cannot do that appeal at cost, and he assured us that customs is still holding on to the appeal system. But when we go there, they'll ask you to go to Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance will go to which decks are you going? We don't even know. When you go, they say there's a committee that sits every week, once a week, and almost every appeal that we put in Winston has been declined. Almost every. So if we are not careful, what we'll be seeing in the recent time that is going to come, that you're going to see the high increase of price of goods and service in the market. Because just imagine a Toyota Voxy that is being sold for 160,000 in the market. Now the duty value is about 7.8 million.
Well, you've sent this thing. I've seen it.
Yes.
The total is 7,960,257.
Exactly.
Now, hold on, Paddy. This clearly you would know would be a mistake.
So AI makes mistakes. That's what we're asking. If AI is coming to correct the mistake,
if you hold on, you would understand.
Now AI publican is also making mistakes. So the artificial intelligence can make mistakes. We should agree on that. So with the question we're asking, what data did you feed to the AI? That is why most time we're asking, when we ask government to rationalize the post system for us for duty purpose, they said they don't have a real-time data. So and then we say, if that's the case, what can we do to have a real-time data so that when you feed it's garbage in, and when you feed it into the AI will come out with it. Because for example, I have been dealing in cars when even those who were criticizing because the WTO say we should use transactional values for duty purposes, but when it comes to cars, they use home delivery value, which means how much the car was manufactured at home. If the car was 40,000. And maybe the car is 5 years, they give you a depreciation of about 50%, and then you pay with all other charges, pay the duty. That's how duty is being calculated on cars. But now AI is also coming with a different prices, and you are telling me it's a mistake. And who bears for the cost of that mistake?
So, Paddy,
now our goods are entering into demurrage at the port.
Yes, but Paddy, just hold on a minute and listen to the question I'm putting across, because the last time the Commissioner General was here, he actually told us that there's an appeal system that has been put in place. And even now, they've decided to set up another system that beyond the appeal, you can even go to a Supreme Court, all to ensure that if you have challenges, those challenges will be dealt with. Are you saying that has not happened?
It has not. At times, some of the appeal can take about 2 weeks. And you know, after 7 days, when you don't clear your cargo, you are entering into demurrage. Some is about 14 days. And the appeal system, you can spend about 2 weeks without getting answers to your appeal. And at the end of it, when the appeal comes, it's declined. So you have lost in the first place. Just imagine this invoice I've sent to you. If you're going to pay 7 million and you are going to lose 160,000, which one will you prefer? So the person might even prefer to leave the car at the port. And at the end, government put his hands on it and auction it cheaper than how much the duty you are going to pay for. These are the difficulties the business community is. It's a reality on the ground. And every time they perceive the business community as criminals. When we met the Commissioner General, he said it's about 25% of people who are doing under invoicing and changing government in terms of revenue. And then if that is the case, what do we do to close that gap? What do we do to close that? Rather than making a wholesale product that is impacting on everybody negatively. In fact, this policy, not that we know that we are against AI, but we are against the implementation of the AI as it's coming out now. So we're calling for suspension of the AI. Let's have a roundtable discussion. Let's see where the challenges are. But now people are losing business. But do you know a friend of ours is going for a wheat chaff for manufacturing purpose to manufacture feed for poultry. Is stuck at the border. He cannot bring because the duty they put on that person. Meanwhile, you are asking us to go into manufacturing. We are going to 24-hour product and into manufacturing, and we are putting such a cost on raw material. These are the difficult. So in trying to mobilize revenue, you are killing businesses, and that is exactly what. And it looks like GRA and the Commissioner General is playing the public against the trading community. That's what we see.
How do you arrive at that? You've called for suspension. When you called for that, what's happened with your engagements with the GRA?
Yeah, we asked for. In fact, the last time we went to the Ministry of Finance, we were not happy with the posture of the Deputy Minister, Ampem. His posture was, AI has come to stay. We cannot do anything about it. And we were even telling him that we are losing business to our neighboring countries. Our port is no longer attractive, and people have prefer to use Togo and other means to transport their product. And they say, if that's the case, then we should, the national security and stuff should go and check our borders, which means there's going to be smuggling at the borders. Look at the posture. So at every point in time, the businessman is perceived to be criminal. Even goods that comes from India, that custom deals, that custom of India will send the documentation, the cost and everything to custom of Ghana. Even those products are being uplifted. Those products. So which document do you trust now? But we see the intel we are picking is that the publican AI is working on commission. And therefore, any organization that is working on commission will try and uplift their values so that he get the needed commission. This is the perception we have in the market now. So, the Ghanaian public is going to suffer the consequences for that because we're going to pass it on to the consumer at the end of it all if we are even able to pay. And some of them cannot just pay, and the goods are stuck there. That's why we advise our members that either you don't import in this recent time, hold on to your importation because when it comes, you face the consequences. And we've also asked our agents that they should halt payment of duty for now until we come to an agreement with GRA and government.
And if you don't come to that agreement?
Yesterday, we were called by Shippers Authority, Professor Jampo, and pleaded with us that he's going to intervene. They've asked him to come and intervene, and the Transport Minister wanted to meet us so that we'll go and meet the Finance Minister so that we have a working solution for this issue. But unfortunately, he traveled yesterday. The Transport Minister traveled yesterday, so he's given us up to Thursday that we are going to meet. So until then, we are saying hold on to clearing of goods and services at the port until we have a solution to these issues. Otherwise, Winston, price of goods or service will be extremely high in the market space. Extremely high. Just imagine a microwave that we sell in the market space, like you can get something like 800. Now, a cost of a duty for one is going for almost 1,300. So you come and buy that microwave in market for about 3,000 or 2,500. This is what we're seeing. A unit of AC 1.5. I've sent it to you. Check. A unit of AC 1.5. The indoor alone, the duty on it is about 1,400. So just imagine how much are you going to buy the indoor alone without the outdoor? Is the duty alone on it 1.5 is about 1,300 or 1,200. So this is a reality on the ground. We appreciate that AI has come to stay. AI is coming to enhance and support revenue, but then AI is also making a lot of mistakes that is causing to the business community.
So, based on the suspension you've announced, what if somebody's goods get in and you're not able to reach a decision within the 7 days that you fear? The person loses the goods? Starts paying demurrage on it?
Yeah, if you want to lose, let's do this calculation. If I'm going to sell this Voxy for 160,000 and government is asking me to pay 7.8 million, which one do you prefer to lose?
Tell me.
Do you want to pay 7.8 million or you want to lose 160,000?
Tell me.
I'm asking if you can support me and answer this question for me.
I don't have an opinion on this one. Tell me.
160,000 rather than going to pay 7.8 million.
What would you do? What would you do?
What we are saying is that government, as a matter of agency, let the status quo remain. We've been doing this all over the years. If you think there's a challenge where there are leakages in revenue, let's have a roundtable discussion. But let's maintain the status quo. Let's go back to what we used to do, and then let's reposition the publican AI. We've been asking so many questions.
Okay, hold on. So,
AI, if we have a chance, where can we find
Joseph
it?
Paddy, if I get you're not against the AI, but you
not
think...
at all. We say any policy or any program that will support and enhance and facilitate trade to give us predictability. We can predict how much we are going to pay. I think that's what we want to do. We want to have predictability that if I bring Toyota Voxy, I'm going to pay so much. And if AI is going to enhance that program for me, why not? We are not against the AI. We want it 24/7. But the implementation is a challenge. So we say suspend it. Let's put the measures, the structures in place. Where there is an appeal, where do we go? How long will it take for you to your appeal to be addressed? We need to know all this and get it done. Rather than you go to, which I can assure you and I can tell you that almost every appeal that has gone has been declined. On what basis? We don't know. These are the challenge we have. You see, and those appeals that have been declined, the goods are still stuck at the port because the agents cannot just clear it, the owners cannot just clear it because the prices are just too much. Cannot clear it. And if even we are able to clear it, the price in the market, you cannot buy it. What is the purchasing power of the Ghanaian?
Okay.
These are the questions we all need to ask.
Okay. Well, Joseph Paddy, thank you very, very much for joining us this morning. Joseph Paddy is Vice President of GUTA, saying that, well, they want a suspension of the implementation of the publican system until they go through all the challenges that they've identified with it here on the Super Morning Show. Still to come this morning, well, a conversation about the Black Stars. But until then, let's enjoy this one from Samini.
Sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Edrana drami ne buseshe. Yeah, hakesia ne malaria. Minya me pone me sasso spray. Every mosquito study run away. Come on, tonton preko. Sasso, mi se come tonton preko. Come on, tonton preko. Sasso, come tonton preko. Nani shamne die demonstronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Never felt this free before. I'm high and I'm getting higher.
Welcome to the Joy Sports World Cup Minute with me, Daniel Granting. Africa will have a record 10 representatives at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, marking a historic milestone for the continent. It will be the first time in history that Africa sends 10 teams to the FIFA World Cup, underlining the continent's growing influence in global football. The increase in African representation comes after FIFA's expansion of the competition to 48 teams, offering more opportunities for emerging football nations to compete on the biggest stage. Senegal, Morocco, Egypt, Ghana, Algeria, Tunisia, Cote d'Ivoire, Cape Verde, and South Africa have already secured qualification before DR Congo completed the lineup.
Coffee in your cup and joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
Come on, everybody. Go, 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 go. Blasters, go, 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 go. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Black stars, rise up, stand up. It's time to show the world again what we've got. Oh yeah. It's time to raise the flag of Ghana so high, so high. With God's love, might and strength, sure we will make it to the top. So here we go, 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 go. Ghana, go, 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 go. So here we go, 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 go. Blasters, go, 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 go.
Once you hear this, you know it's time to talk about the Ghana Black Stars. And today we have a new coach for the Ghana Black Stars. We're going to look at Carlos Queiroz, what he brings on board, and whether he's the best or not. We'll get into it shortly. Somebody sent me a message that says, we have a champagne taste with an Akpeteshi budget. So Ghana, we want the best coaches, but are not prepared to pay. We'll get into that. Victor Atutamaklo is here. But first, if the unexpected were to happen today, would you feel prepared? Would you be able to stay afloat while you find the next opportunity? Well, this 2026, ABSA wants you to feel more confident about the future, and that's why the ABSA Ultimate Account was created to be the cushion you can count on. With an ABSA Ultimate Account, you get 3 times your monthly salary, up to 20,000 in the event of retrenchment, to help you stay afloat. Move with confidence this 2026. Open an ABSA Ultimate Account today. Your story matters, ABSA. But Accra, it's time to shop smart and enjoy more, because Junction Heydays is here. Now, for the entire month, the Junction Mall is bringing you exciting sidewalk sales and exclusive discounts from your favorite stores, all in one convenient location. Whether you're shopping for fashion, electronics, home essentials, groceries, beauty products, Junction Heyday gives you more value every time you visit. And while you're there, make it a full lifestyle experience. Enjoy great dining options, relax with friends and family, and soak in the vibrant atmosphere that makes the Junction Mall a top shopping destination in Accra. With easy access, ample parking, and great security, your shopping experience is always comfortable and convenient. So don't miss the Junction Heyday, the month-long discount sidewalk sales. happening now at the Junction Mall, Nungwa Barrier. The Junction Mall, join, explore, shop, and enjoy. But if you need fuel, make the smart stop at Star Oil, Ghana's largest oil marketing company. With over 240 stations, Star Oil gives you high quality fuel, great service, and real value for money. And that's why many Ghanaians are switching to Star Oil. And with a Star card, you can enjoy safe, cashless fueling and easy expense tracking. So wherever you go, choose Star Oil for your quality and affordable fuel. Aju.
Kujo.
So we're back again now. This time around, still on the Black Stars, Carlos Queiroz, and someone sent me a message. Someone had said earlier that he was.
You wanted someone younger.
73 years, dear.
And an elite coach.
An elite coach, yes. 73-year-old man. My guy, why?
I don't think the age is a problem. If anything, what it assures us, or what it guarantees, is familiarity with managing big names, big players. And I'm talking here about the biggest names in the world. He coached Ronaldo at both Portugal and at Manchester United. He coached the Galacticos of the Real Madrid era. And it is the biggest assembly of names in world football in the history of the game at one club. He coached Mohamed Salah at Egypt, and at Manchester United, Wayne Rooney, Ronaldo, Carlos Tevez, and the whole pack of them. All of those difficult characters, he managed them. And so, if there is anything that his age should communicate, it is experience, it is know-how, it is consistency at the top level of football across both club and international level. That is what I would focus on, and not necessarily the number of years he has lived on this earth, because a younger coach does not necessarily mean someone better.
Okay. Now, the period that he has coached all these teams, if you look at his performance, is it one that gives you the assurance that we will do well?
I think context in all of these things is important, because, for example, when you talk about the Real Madrid team, could he have done more? Is there a coach in this world who could have achieved balance with that Real Madrid group? No, because it was a poorly assembled squad. Yes, it was the era of Galacticos, but every reasonable fair mind will tell you that that was a very lopsided squad that was set up. So it had its own limitations. Then you talk about the Portuguese team. We saw what he did with them. Egypt, a team that did not have too much attacking talent beyond Mohamed Salah. And he set the team up to play according to the sum of its independent parts put together. If you look at his Iran and Oman teams, the question I always ask people who bring it up is there a coach who gets more out of Iran than he did? Took them to 2 World Cups. Is there a coach who gives Iran better results in those games against England at the World Cup? The answer is no. Oman, the same. So at every point, especially in terms of his national team work, he has taken on teams with very limited pool of talent and has been able to achieve sustained results. Also, fundamentally, when it comes to his style, the instructive thing is that there is a certain clarity in terms of how he views the game, and clarity in terms of job description for the individual components on the pitch and how they execute that task he assigns to them. And collectively, it looks like every team he's coached are very clear in terms of what they want to do, and there are these established patterns, these choreographed patterns that speaks to a certain level of cohesiveness. And so if you watch his Manchester United team, it was very clear the football that Manchester United wanted to play. I say his Manchester United team because it was Ferguson who told us through his book that Carlos Queiroz was the brains of the operation. And that was about, in the modern era, one of the best attacking teams in history. The Ronaldo, Tevez, Rooney, that attack. That was a team that was built on a solid defense, but also very clear on their path to goal. if you watch his Real Madrid team as well, no confusion about what that team stood for. Egypt, the same. Portugal, the same. Even Colombia, where he did not have a lot of success. What you cannot take away from him is a certain clarity that he brings to the job. Now, that bit is important because under Otuado, we did not have that. For 2 years, nobody knew what the strength of this team was. And it often looked like he had just assembled the players and then left them to their own stage to do what they thought, and not much beyond the formations and the shape of the team.
Okay.
Also, in terms of in-game adjustments, there was none of that from Otuado. But even for what people want to beat Carlos Queiroz with, the fact that they want to point to and say he's a defensive coach, you are able to draw that conclusion because over time, there is enough body of work to look at and say he's consistent with the style, and that these are the results that he gets. The Egypt team that he took them to the AFCON final, it was within a similar context of consistency, playing one way and finding the pathway to go and then getting results.
Okay. Hold on a minute for me, Victor Chutamak. Let me bring in listeners. Folks, you can join the conversation now. The phone lines have been activated on 0302-216-541 and then 055-1111-997. Is Carlos Queiroz the man for the Black Stars? Is he the man you believe can take us to the World Cup and get us to perform beyond expectation? Actually, now that he's coming, I have always said we're going to play 3 matches and come back home. But with Carlos Queiroz, what do you think we are likely to do?
Look, my position hasn't changed on the potential in this squad. I think it should not be beyond us to make the run of 32, possibly run of 16. Number one, I like the appointment because if we look at Ghana's history, this is the best we have done. We have not hired a coach with a bigger profile than. In fact, the biggest name Ghana had hired was someone who had a short stint at West Ham and was caretaker coach at Chelsea. That was the sum of his experience. And I'm talking here about Evram Grant when we hired him. Carlos Queiroz has coached Portugal, Colombia, Egypt, Real Madrid, assistant at Manchester United across 2 stints. That is bigger than any profile that we have hired. Economically, I think the FA and the sports ministry have played a blinder. Whatever they said to him to come down from the $200,000 US dollars that we're told he was holding out for, to be able to negotiate it to less than around 50% of the price, they negotiated well, because the best coaches in the world operate within a certain wage and compensation brackets. We don't play in that realms. We've never been there. And so we're already constrained in terms of the options we're going to have because of the money that we're willing to pay. I've spoken about the issue of the style and those concerns. If there is anything, I think the objective conclusion we should draw is that Carlos Queiroz is someone who is tactically malleable, because his Real Madrid team was very attacking, scored a lot of goals. His Manchester United team also very attacking. Portugal obviously was expansive. That is 3 teams.
Okay.
2 clubs, 1 national team. In fact, 4. If you had Colombia, 4 teams where they were heavy on attacking football. Then you also have about 3 or 4 teams where it was very defensive, compact football, but still got results nonetheless. So Iran took them to 2 World Cups playing compacts, what I would call reductive football, if you introduce it into the context of big clubs. But for Iran, it was necessary to get results. Then you want to talk about Egypt as well. Took them to the AFCON final, playing football that was very compact and not expansive.
So you're suggesting that he's the man who can read the game, the man who looks at the assets available to him
and formulates a strategy according to that. What for me is more important beyond the conversation of style is the substance and winning. Now, I am perpetually wedded to attacking football. That one, irrespective of what the team is and what elements are at play, I gravitate towards, because I want football that is entertaining first, and then the results. However, I'm willing to compromise in this situation because I think we cannot continue on the trajectory that we have been in the last 7 years in terms of the Black Stars' record in competitive games. Did you know that since 2019, the Black Stars have played 16 games in major tournaments? We've won just 2.
Hey. 1 in the World Cup.
Yes. One in the World Cup, one in the AFCON. The AFCON win came in 2019 when we exited round of 16. That was against Guinea-Bissau. We couldn't beat Benin at that tournament. We couldn't beat Cameroon. Then AFCON 2021. We lost to Morocco, couldn't beat Gabon, couldn't beat Comoros. We lost to Comoros. AFCON, then the World Cup, we beat South Korea, but lost to Portugal and Uruguay.
Yeah.
AFCON 2023, we lost to Cape Verde. We couldn't beat Egypt. We couldn't beat Mozambique. So 2 wins in 16. Losing to teams like Cape Verde and Comoros. Beggars can be choosers. We are not at that point where we should be prioritizing the beauty of the results or the beauty of the football over the results.
Okay.
We need to get used to winning. And that's why, for me, Carlos Queiroz or whoever was going to be the Black Stars coach, my demands were simple. Get this team back to winning at major tournaments. Because if we slip any further, look, the last AFCON we did not qualify. If we slip any further, it would mean that even the continental qualifiers, the World Cup and the AFCON qualifiers, we are poor across both.
Let's get onto the phone lines. And Claude is in Tema. He's joined us. Claude, good morning.
Good morning, Winston. How are you doing?
God is still taking care of his children. How about you, Claude?
I'm doing good.
Great.
Yes, Winston, I think as an independent people, we need to look at things more critically than we are always looking at the expertise of foreign people. You know, Akwesi Appiah has taken us to World Cup before. Akwesi Appiah, along the line, Egypt came to, I think we beat Egypt 5-something at Kumasi.
6-1.
6-1. We went to Togo when the odds were against us and won against Togo with Akwesi Appiah. Akwesi Appiah has gone to Sudan. He's doing marvelous work. We have the competent people, but we don't have trust in them. Look at Samadé. Samadé had a system, multi-system, that took us to the under 70 or something. Our boys played marvelously well. Why can't we give our local people the chance? I was thinking that Akwesi Appiah will be selected, assisted by Larry Kingston. Larry Kingston is doing well at the junior level, which Otoado was doing, and they brought him here. But Larry Kingston is another
Claude,
good coach.
Claude, Akwesi Appiah has a contract with Sudan. Were you prepared to buy him out of that contract?
If it's possible, we can do that. We can do that. Because he has the ability to perform. And then Larry Kingston, equal to Otoado, and he's doing better. The scouting he did for the under 17 some time back was very good. But you know, the colonial mentality that we are not capable is still in our minds. Ferguson that we are talking about, it took Ferguson a very long time for him to bring Manchester to that level. So why don't we give our own coaches that ample time? You know, you can't go once and win the World Cup. It's a process. So I think we should, next time, this one has been done already, so what we are doing is an academic exercise. But going forward, I think we should look in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claude. You can also join us on 0302216541 and then 0551111997. What do you make of the appointment of Carlos Queiroz as the Black Stars?
Why is it that when people are discussing Akwesi Appiah, we tend to limit the analysis to the fact that he qualified us for the World Cup, and there is no mention about the issues surrounding his time, his return,
second coming?
Yeah. Why are we quick to dismiss his clumsy handling of the captaincy 2 weeks before the AFCON in 2019 that threw the entire team into jeopardy, that required President Akufo-Addo's intervention to fix? Why are we quick to dismiss the horrible football that we played at that AFCON? Why are we quick to dismiss the fact that we won one game at that tournament, and at that point was Ghana's worst AFCON performance in 15 years?
Okay. Hold on a minute. Let me get back onto the phone lines. William, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Teacher Kofi. How are you?
God is still taking care of his children. How about
good.
you?
Achu. Yeah, I'll call you Principal Achu. You see, it's a good thing that we have a coach now. But going forward, we have to concentrate more on growing home talents. For those of us old enough who have seen this football thing from the late 80s, 90s coming, I sent something the last time that look at the 2024-2025 local league season. The top 5 goal scorers together scored 61 goals. Our current Black Stars, our 9 strikers who were chosen, between them, 2024-2025 season, scored a total of 49 goals. So why do we have top goal scorers in our local league? And we cannot infuse them into our national team when most of our trophies we have won were with local players. And I agree with Achu that I like attacking football, because at the end of the day, you can play the beautiful football. If your opponent play the ugliest football and scores you 1-0, he takes the 3 points.
Okay.
So if we have local goal scorers here, let's groom them by adding them to the national team. It will even make our local league attractive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, William. Actually, William makes the point that...
but this conversation of local players, they are the players who participate in the Olympic qualifiers. And for God knows how long, 22 years, we've not been able to qualify for the Olympics. They are the same kids who were taken to the under-17 and they were not matching that standard. If they are not, and when you take them to the CAF Champions League and Confederations Cup, they lose to Category D, Category C clubs on the continent.
Okay.
If they cannot perform at significantly lower levels, why do we have so much faith that at the Black Stars, they will suddenly develop the competence to perform there?
Let's get back onto the phone lines. And Eddie Menz is in Dansuman. Eddie Menz, good morning.
Good morning. How about you, sir? What happened to them? Actually, what's then?
Brother.
This is MD Eddie Menz, formerly Vortex manager.
Champion.
Yeah. Charlie, when you may be in the normally own damage, make a fantastic. Martin, the point blaster coach, you did to me. If you the credentials are on your back, looking at the blaster worker for now our experience, I am hoping that ARB, Nankasa, maybe a wafa with Real Madrid, Manchester, and then other teams, he will be his own man. On country FA, not FA in no. Because we have seen times and times in the FA, or be a Nankasa manipulating. 2 days, get me this player. I want this player to play. Then we have seen it. We are not there, but it is plain, visible. We want to see him being his own man, so that when he's going, we'll go with him. When the team loses, we all lose together. When the team win, we all win together. Because this very FA, but they're scattering too much than putting it together. Again, I don't get an FA who is pretending a Premier League of maybe actually you can help me 300 to 500 players. Put them together, all the over 20 clubs, they will have an average of better 500 players. None of the players can play a blaster. I don't get this. It is wrong.
Okay.
Why? Because your guys are playing very well here. These are some of the guys that will pick one other tournaments or national teams. And then you say none of them can match Blaster. Abba. I say. It means you are superintending a bogus Premier League.
Thank you very, very much, Eddie Menz, for joining us. I think we can pick our last caller maybe, and then we can wrap up the conversation. Eddie, the Black Stars and the local players thing again. Would we have local players at our disposal? Are they of the right standard? Tell me. True. Our local players?
No. As I've said, if you watch these boys in the CAF Champions League and Confederations Cup, because that's where the best of our players from the Ghana Premier League go to, they don't match up to that standard. When you take them into our Olympic team, they don't match up. When we had the CHAN tournaments, that was essentially the AFCON for local league players.
Yes, hold on a minute. Let me just pick our last caller for now. Darlington is in OEB. Darlington, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, my brother.
Yes,
How are you?
God is still taking care of his children. How about you?
Okay, I'm also doing well. For me, my problem is like the previous caller said. I don't know why we don't want to develop our homegrown players for our national team. You know, that is the problem we are having in this country. It's not about we don't have the quality, and I'm not saying that players playing outside who are also Ghanaians born of different should not join the national team. But football in the first place is a team sport. And you have to have a group of players who know themselves, understand themselves, probably are friends and would like to play for one another. The last time I checked, the national team we had players, the very good national team we've had, and we have been struggling since then. We had a group of players who were like family, who started playing football right from coast, through the system, through the league, before going outside, and we got them to play. You saw the telepathy within the way they played. Okay. Even if you put coaching aside, you can tell that those guys, the Signapias, the Sulemuntaris, they could even play by themselves. Today, what do we have? First of all, we call players from different walks of life. And the national team is also a type of this thing that do not have time to play together. So when you always have the desire to be calling players from all walks of life, and we don't give them the time to play together, it doesn't work.
Okay.
For me, our new coach will do well in the long term.
All right.
But to the World Cup,
he has 4 months.
Sorry.
Thank you very, very much, Darlington Onoyibi, and he has 4 months. Yes, actually, let's wrap it up.
The final point I'm going to say is the only thing I don't like about this agreement is the short-term deal. I think Carlos Queiroz will do well at the World Cup, and that is why I'm not happy about the short-term deal, because in the event where he does well, the negotiation for a long-term deal takes a different complexion. Because then he will be negotiating from a position of strength. Yeah. The compromise that he has made now, he will not make at that time.
Of course.
And so it will be down to us to come up with money that we may not have. Number two, once he does well, his stocks go through the roof again. Now he becomes attractive to other countries, even on this continent. South Africa will have a coaching vacancy after the World Cup because Hugo Broos has said he won't coach them after the tournament. After the World Cup, he's gone. The Morocco situation, no one knows what they will do there. So that's true even on the continent. That will definitely look at the man who just did well with Ghana at the World Cup in the events that he does well. The Saudi Arabian situation with Hervé Renard. He may become an attractive proposition in the events that Hervé Renard walks away from that job after the World Cup. That's why I'm not comfortable with the short-term agreement with the World Cup, because when it comes to a bidding war, we don't have it. We don't have as the Gen Zs will say, we don't have the facilities for that.
Thank you very, very much, Victor Achutamaklo. And Kujo Frimpong says hi.
I haven't seen him in a mighty while.
Okay.
I think last time I saw him was when he came to my former place about 5 years ago.
Okay, he says good morning to you. And it's been a while. He says he's a huge fan of yours. Yeah. Stay with us.
I'm a fan as well. He's been a big inspiration for us.
When we return, our friends from Ashesi University are joining us.
Let's go! Go, Ghana, go, go. Come on, everybody. Go. Blasters, go. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Black stars rise up.
show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
This was all you, none of it me. You put your hands on my body and told me. You told me you were ready for the big one, for the big jump. I'd be your last love, everlasting, you and me.
Coffee in your cup
That
and
was what
Joy
you
on the
told
set.
me.
The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. Joy 99.7 FM.
You set me free. Send my love to you and you don't let her love. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to you and you don't let her love. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. I was too strong, you were trembling, you couldn't handle the hot heat rising. Baby, I'm still rising. I was running, you were walking, you couldn't keep up, you were falling down. There's only one way down. I'm giving you up, I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Send my love to you and you don't let her love. Treat her better. Gotta let go of all of our goals. We both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to you.
And it's still live here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. You know, I told you before the break that our friends from Ashesi University are going to be joining us, and today we're having a conversation about Ashesi University's Computer Science and Information Systems programs. And we've been joined by Head of Department, Dr. Ayoko Kosa, and Innocent Farai Chikwanda, who's student Masters in Intelligent Computing Systems, class of 2027. So you have a year to go. Good morning, lady. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
I believe you're all doing well.
Yes.
Even though it's in April, I can still say Happy New Year because I'm seeing you for the first time this year.
Sure.
Anyway, so, I mean, let's talk about, the Computer Science and Information Systems Department. And for many of us, we are witnessing AI reshape industries at a rapid pace alongside major global advancements in the field. From your perspective, and I'll start off with you, Dr. Kosa, where do the most compelling opportunities lie for Africa, both for individuals looking to build meaningful careers and for countries seeking to address pressing challenges?
Great question. So when we're talking about artificial intelligence, we're basically talking about developing systems that are able to do tasks that are normally associated with human intelligence, right? And so across many industries in Africa, you see AI providing an opportunity, for example, for organizations to interact with their customers in the native language, by voice, all using artificial intelligence. You have in agriculture things like precision agriculture and being able to predict yields. In healthcare, you have AI enabling some automated diagnosis of certain diseases. You have in education, AI transforming the way people learn. So really, AI is impacting many industries. And across different industries, people are also looking at how to help AI enable efficiency in the work that they do.
Okay.
So it's transforming everything we do and really disrupting everything that we do.
How about you, Innocent?
I think one of the main things of discussion right now is how governments can really take advantage of this moment. And we are realizing that many governments across Africa are beginning to take a lot of attention at the potential of AI. So Ghana is going to have its AI strategy actually coming out soon, April 24th. And we have countries like South Africa who have moved from strategy to AI policy. Kenya is also working with countries like Italy and India to kind of have an AI sovereignty. And so I guess the core message is governments now need to dedicate a lot of resources to make the advancement and the development of AI a core agenda in terms of like national policy.
Okay. Now, Dr. Kosa, let's look at the collaboration between industry and academia in the program design, because today we're seeing more collaboration between industry and academia in shaping AI and data-focused programs. Your department is currently accepting applications for the second cohort of the Masters in Intelligent Computing Systems. Tell us, how does this program reflect the broader shift, and what role does it play in preparing students for the evolving demands of the field?
The demands of industry have really been central in the design of the program. Throughout the process of the program design, there were consultations with various actors in industry, and it's also shaped how we chose to position the program. Many programs tend to focus either in AI or in software engineering or in security, which are all important things. But what we're seeing now is that in order to have real AI-based systems impacting problems, you need to have a combination of these skill sets. You are seeing a breakdown between the walls, the breakdown of the walls between these areas. And so that's why our program, for example, is an integrated program combining artificial intelligence, software engineering and systems, and cybersecurity in order to train experts really who can help develop real systems to solve real problems. And this is in response to demands of industry. Okay. The other thing that is important is the methodology. This is not about theory or just about theory. It's important for experts to understand theory, but just as important is being able to actually implement real systems. And so the program is designed to be very hands-on. We use a methodology of project-based learning and problem-based learning. And the idea is that by constantly working on projects throughout the program, students will be industry ready by the time that they graduate.
Now, let's look at the concentration areas. And you have three concentration areas: software engineering and systems, artificial intelligence, and data science and cybersecurity. How does this combination benefit your graduates?
So, as I alluded to earlier, it's about being able to build real systems. When we talk about artificial intelligence, you talk about maybe training models, and you have people say things like, I trained a model to diagnose this disease, and the model is 90% accurate, right? That is sort of in theory or in the lab. How do you then build this model, which is supposedly 90% accurate, into a real system that doctors can use, right? And it's not just about your AI knowledge now, it's also about your ability to build systems, software engineering, your ability to understand the implications of security. Right now, in industry, they talk a lot about security first. When you're designing a system, it's not, in the past, software engineers would just build things, you hack together a system and then you think about, okay, how do I make it secure? But now you have to think about security right from the beginning, because cyber threats have become a really, really important issue in the world that we live in. And so having this combination of knowledge in an integrated way really prepares the graduates to be able to step into roles in industry. And we've had, in a sense, should I say, testimonials from industry where they've really told us how in their tech departments, whereas previously these three areas used to be separate areas of focus, more and more they're becoming integrated into one. And we believe that our program responds to that, or positions our graduates to work well in such situations.
Okay, so let's get the student experience and student perspective. Innocent, tell me, how has Ashesi's learning by doing approach shaped the way you learn and apply the skills you're acquiring?
I think just to piggyback on what Dr. Kosa was mentioning, specifically for the Intelligent Computing Systems program, this approach of problem-based learning takes you as a student and it places you at the center of a really messy problem, and you have to figure out what you have to learn to be able to effectively solve the problem. So you work backward. And I think that form of teaching you how to approach problems is much more effective because you can perform in underspecified environments. And part of the package that comes with that is you also have to work with others. So Ashesi really emphasizes working across teams. And when you're working with other people, it's not about how much you yourself know. It's about how you are able to effectively communicate across team members and ensure that everyone has a good understanding of the technical project. But I think one area which Ashesi actually has gone a bit further in terms of this learning by doing approach is also encouraging the use of the collaboration between students and also AI tools. So as opposed to taking a stance to say we completely do not use AI, it's when you do use AI, if it's an assignment that can be aided by AI, you need to be able to declare how, for example, you use the AI. And so as a software engineer or a machine learning engineer, you get now to actually experiment with the tools that employers are going to be expecting you to graduate out of Ashesi with. So I guess these are some of the key takeaways from that experience.
Great. So, Dr. Kosa, if someone wants to, get onto the program, if they want to apply, how do they do that?
So, on the Ashesi website, ashesi.edu.gh, we have an admissions section which has the application forms for all of our programs, including the Masters in Intelligence Computing Systems program. Okay. And it also has all the information about the concentration areas, the courses, and all the requirements.
Right. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Ayoko Kosa, who is Head of Computer Science and Information Systems Department, and to you, Innocent Farai Chikwanda, who is student, Masters in Intelligent Computing Systems, and a member of the class of 2027. So, folks, you know what to do. Get to ashesi.edu.gh, okay? Go and study. Learn by doing. I like that bit. Learn by doing. Don't go and chew and pour and forget. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Me, I won't go, I shall say, your puppy gets money. Yeah, he gets chow. Hey. Oh, wow. Me, I won't go central. I won't go leg. I won't go Methodist. I won't go Super Morning Show is always the best. Enjoy 99.7 FM. Accra or Diboli. Me, I won't go, I shall say, your puppy gets money. Yeah, he gets chow. Hey. Oh, wow. Me, I get leg. They give me dontology. Agbaja then things. For this economy, hey, Charlie, how? I will take the
coffee in your cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 FM.
I need you in the morning, but I need you now. Yeah. I find you, I give you all you're needing. I know what you like. You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. You don't need no other body.
Say now me they mess up your mind, and I me they make you free up your mind. Say your body talk to me nice. Say now my love you didn't need for your life. Yeah, our love no be lie. Say every day together, yeah, day and night. Yeah, if I leave you go by. Yeah, if you leave I go
Stroking your body,
baby. Loving your body, baby. As you're whining your body, baby. So crazy. Loving your body, baby. Girl, you want need to me. I just wanna let you know. Hope every day
You don't need no other body. You don't need no other body. Only you feel on my body. Only you feel on my body. I prayed for this
Coffee in your
moment.
cup. Enjoy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet. On Joy 99.7 FM.
Okay. Those lonely nights.
But you know how we do it. Still live here on the Super Morning Show. You know, when you cross over, when you graduate, when you win big, When there's a new arrival, your people dust you with powder, and that's exactly what is happening right now thanks to MTN. People are upgrading to 4G, and trust me, the powder is flying everywhere. Grab the brand new HMD Arc for just 899 Ghana cedis and enjoy 2.5 gigabyte free data every single month for 6 months. New phone, fast 4G, nice pictures, free data. More social media every month. Also, before they say it's only one left. Okay, visit any MTN service center and dealer shops nationwide to grab your HMD Arc today. But the Easter season is still here with us, and Electroland says come and shop. Make this Easter special with unbeatable offers, massive discounts, and exciting gifts. Upgrade your home entertainment, fuel the sound with Samsung TCL and Media Home Theaters, and enjoy your favorite Easter movies on stunning LED smart TVs. Stay cool all day with powerful air conditioners, and yes, your bedside fridge for perfectly chilled drinks. We've got you covered. Cooking for the family, do it in style with 4 to 6 burner gas cookers, complete with grill and oven. And after the feast, let Electroland handle the laundry with top and front load washing machines that make life easy. So don't wait. Visit any Electroland showroom today or shop online at electrolandgh.com. Call 0503 159739. Electroland Ghana, home of luxury, affordable electronics. But folks, if you already have a valid US or Canadian visa, then this message is for you, because Adansi Travels is offering specially curated ground packages for the 2026 World Cup, tailored specifically for travelers who already have visas. Enjoy structured accommodation options, match access support, transport coordination, and full on-ground support in the USA and Canada. From Boston to Toronto to Philadelphia, Adansi Travels will handle the logistics so you can focus on the joy of the 2026 World Cup. Don't let your visa sit idle while history is being written. Call Adansi Travels today on 0595 500 817 or 053 100 8550. Joy is here. Choose yours now. But I want you to do something. Get on to kingdomstoreonline.com for your quality office essentials, equipment, and furniture at affordable prices, and they will arrange delivery to your home and office within a reasonable time. They offer free delivery within Accra and Tema and accept payment via Momo across all networks. Terms and conditions are applied. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. But tomorrow, in recognition of the exceptional career dedicated to law and public service, the UPSA Law School presents an honorific lecture and lifetime achievement in law award in celebration of Chachuchi Kata, astute lawyer, legal luminary, public sector management expert, and academic. It's happening tomorrow, Wednesday, the 15th of April at 3 p.m. GMT at the Kofi Ohene Kunedu Auditorium, UPSA, and the event promises to be an evening of celebration, extolling the awardees' excellence and impactful contributions to the development of law, the legal academy, and public service in Ghana. You're cordially invited. For more inquiries about the program, call them on 0245 347946, or you can visit all their social media platforms of UPSA Law School. See you there. But you know, founded in 1876, Infectious School ignited the journey of secondary education in Ghana and has spent the past 150 years shaping leaders, building character, and inspiring generations of young people to serve their nation. From its classrooms in Cape Coast have emerged influential figures who continue to impact Ghana and the world. In 2026, Infectious celebrates 150 years of brotherhood, leadership, and national impact. Join the celebration and the national conversation around secondary education in Ghana. Follow the journey using the hashtag 150 and hashtag MOBA150. Mfanspim Jin Shekan, Mfanspim 150th anniversary is proudly partnered by KGL Multimedia Ghana Limited and Margins Group with stakeholder support from the Ministry of Education, GES, MOBA, and Mfanspim. Well, that'll be all from us here on the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. My name is Winston Amoah. On behalf of the team led by Samuel Dami, we say thank you for joining us. I leave you in the safe hands of DJ Ubeti, after which Adobia will be here with the news at 10 and Doreen Ando comes away with the cost.